Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Alrighty, alrighty. Turn the tunes down a little bit. Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome, welcome. Who we got here this morning? Loads of people this morning. Still getting the coffee on the go. Flipping clocks changing breaks my brain every time. Yeah, it's officially summertime. We can all now officially say it's officially summer because the clocks have told me so. It screws my brain though. The fact that we have to change our daily routines based upon some arbitrary changing of clocks. The things that really dictates my routine are my 3 four-legged friends. They didn't change their clocks, so they're almighty confused. But it's fine. That's why I'm a little bit late this morning, because they've taken a little bit more time to chill out, relax. They are chilling for the most part, though. Say good morning to Amalams. Alma is getting big. She's getting fluffy. You're getting very chill. Solot is under the sofa. He's way more chill, and Nipso, if we can spin this round. Please ignore the feet. Don't look at the feet. Get me out of the way. Nipso is flopped. But they all say good morning. Love the socks. Hey, don't look at the socks. Don't be looking at the socks. I'm sure you probably noticed what was on the socks. Oh, excuse me. With animals, I find changing their clock 15 minutes a day is easier. I try my best not to have, like, they have a routine, but, like, for feeding time and stuff, I try my best not to have, like, a strict time. Otherwise, they just, like, you know, within any period within this 2-hour window, they're like, human, it's food time. I'm like, no. But let's get things up and running. I hope everybody had a good weekend. This week should probably be a little bit more chill, I would imagine. It's been kind of a bit crazy times for the last couple of weeks, hasn't it? Crazy times with seasons sort of half launching. That said, the flipping, anybody who's been keeping up with the Race to World First, it's just been odd, hasn't it? It's just been odd. It's odd that, like, they basically killed 7 mythic bosses in, like, 2 days. And they're like, okay, yeah, we're done now. Like, oh, we're going to do mythic splits? You what now? Jesus. It's been a bit odd, hasn't it? I've not kept up with it too much because I've had a bit of a busy weekend. I've not even played the game all that much, to be honest, over the weekend. But let's check a few things this morning. We've got plenty of skinning to go and do. Look at all the flipping orders on shit that I don't own. Look at all of the important stuff on shit I don't own as well. That's actually disgusting. Genuinely disgusting how much of that is landed on just stuff I don't have access to. So early? Well, it is technically the right time. I'm actually technically late as far as my clock's concerned, but of course not everybody's clock changes at the same time, I suppose. That should be considered. Should be a consideration. May your mailboxes be blessed with abundance. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not spending that much gold on a couple of knowledge points. Sack those off. Get these on the go. Get those up and running. Yo, Boggart, by the way, thank you very much for the resub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, I missed that before I started the stream. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Right, let's try and get into a bit of a rhythm routine. Like I said, we've got some skinning to do in a little bit. That's still printing, which is nice to see. Is that literally all I needed to buy to fulfill those orders? Nice. We take that. Start things off nice and slowly this morning. It is Monday after all, flipping out. PvP recipes are pretty cheap for the patron orders. Yeah, I need to do a bit of a world tour and buy all the PvP recipes for all of the professions. There's almost no reason not to. For the nominal amount of cost, it would be useful. Plus first time crafts and all that shenanigans. I've kind of, you know, definitely have that. I've seen somewhere a dun Twitch emote. Can't find it anymore though. I had a thought the other day. I didn't really know how to put it into practice, but I did consider making. Well, when I say making, I would have vibe coded the shit out of it. But I did consider putting together like a Twitch extension. Or like Twitch alerts and dun sound effects and stuff like that. But then I realised, no, just no. We're not doing that. It'd be funny for 5 minutes. And then the next 5, for the remaining minutes thereafter, it would cause chaos. Do we think Draenor is a reasonable realm to buy said recipes? Jewelcrafting. Current expansion only, uncollected only. I mean, some of them it's kind of silly just to not have, isn't it? Sure. Might as well have the diamond recipes. Starting the stream off as we plan to continue. Spending gold, not making gold. 16,000 and 18,000 for the PvP ones. They seem to be competitively priced across the region. We'll have them then. Weirdly enough, the mid-pop servers have cheaper recipes. Yeah, you might find that actually. Full pop servers at this time in the expansion, they've also got the highest demand as well, so things don't necessarily always get as cheap. I don't mind dropping 50k on some recipes quickly. They'll pay themselves back across the expansion for sure, just in Patreon orders. And my incessant need to collect all of the recipes anyway will mean I either buy them or I farm them or I do something to get them anyway. It's leatherworking where it might get a bit expensive. And in theory, I should probably actually go as far as to properly finish leveling Jewelcrafting, to be honest. The prismatic focusing iris is probably the way we do it, isn't it? We buy ourselves a bunch of cheap cheaps. These aren't even cheap cheaps, are they? They're not even cheap cheaps. What about the stabilizing thing? This isn't even cheap cheaps because the stupid gems are stupid expensive. Or maybe this is the cheap cheaps. That said, the amount of prospecting I've done this expansion isn't going to make this really worthwhile. By the way, running out of screen space. So what we saying? 500 gold a gem dust. That's 1,000 gold. 1,400 gold. 1,600 gold for each level. Jesus, still going to cost 50k to get Jewelcrafting capped. Probably and some because these go flipping horrible. Yeah. Maybe I just craft diamonds because at least I'll sell the diamonds. Craft these with concentration every once in a while. Craft one of the... Well, that's still only 2 skill points every 4 days. I forgot diamonds. I forgot flipping diamonds via concentration are absolutely ridiculous. I've been making crazy gold with the gem 2... rank 2 gem dust that you get from the patron orders. At least 100k per round of patron orders. Damn. You got a lot of jewel crafters then. For some reason, the patron order's always using rank 2 gem dust. Nice. I've not noticed that as much myself, but I did just pull a lotus by the looks of things out of one of the goodie bags, which is nice. Oh, that's a spark craft. Yeah. Those recipes do me any favors with the rest of the orders that I'm missing. No. Okay. I mean, we're in no rush. It's no biggie. So is it genuinely 5k for an entire bar of concentration? So what's that? 5 gold. 5 gold 94. What it claims. Now obviously a multicraft proc is real nice on those. Not me with all me resourcefulness, tools and accessories though. This Silver Moon loops needs replacing, doesn't it? I kind of feel awkward having that there. Although next week I think I'll be able to buy another epic item. So maybe we replace it with that straight away. I don't know. I've slacked hard with Jewelcrafting. I can't. I know Elon, for example, is spending all his life standing at the Jewelcrafting table, making Jewelcrafting, doing prospecting and stuff like that. I know it's been pretty good, but it's I clearly haven't put the effort in with it this time. Keep up with the patron orders. Get it leveled up. See where we go eventually. Jewelcrafting orders must be cursed. I always have to provide the dust myself. It might average out if you have a bunch of Jewelcrafters maybe, but... we're going to see a similar scenario here. This looks maybe slightly more fruitful. Not by much, though. Not by much. Oh, apparently I didn't need anything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to express this. I love crafting. I've always enjoyed tinkering with the crafting. But I have dramatically not fallen out of love with crafting. But simply, there isn't really a corner of it that I enjoy as much anymore. It's kind of one of those where... It's kind of where a lot of it feels too chore-based. Without there being any almost, you know, guaranteed returns from it. Maybe it's just not willing to put as much effort into it pushes me out of that 1%. And as soon as you fall out of that 1% who can make serious money from it, I quickly realise that I can spend that effort almost entirely elsewhere and see greater results. Maybe it was a bit of a... What's the, I don't know. What do you mean? Certainly not the 80 dun-dun runs a week. But, well, yeah. Yeah. Yes, it surely can't be anything to do with those. Was this not working properly? Yeah, they're fine. Yeah, surely not got anything to do with those. Having to provide lotuses and nearly 1,000 concentration for a rank 2 cauldron for 2 knowledge points is evil. Yeah, you just don't do them. This is the thing you got to be careful of with a lot of the patron orders. By design, you just don't do them. You got to remember you're only able to spec properly into one thing at the moment. The theory probably is that you're not really meant to be able to fill many of the patron orders. But I understand why that becomes frustrating when you see things that you want to fulfill because they have rewards that you want, but you're not in any way, shape, or form kitted out to craft those things properly. And even if you do, the patrons providing some or none of the material, it just gets hard. It's, you know, you get punched from every angle with crafting. You can only take so many punches, I believe. Let me grab my coffee, hang on. I do think that spending time and effort with the crafting profession should really be focused into things that are a little bit more evergreen. A little bit more evergreen and a little bit less competitive. This means either focusing on bigger ticket items. Dare I say, I've not given any focus towards Decor, almost at all. But I would imagine if you take a look at Decor, I bet some of the most outrageous profit to be had from the professions is lurking in the Decor. I'd be almost convinced of it. Canopy beds, what are these looking like right now? Okay, these are probably not... Wait, am I on Draenor and there isn't a single canopy bed for sale? You shitting me? How on Draenor is there not a single canopy bed listed for sale? One of the biggest servers in the EU. Recipe comes from Harandar Treasures, apparently. Now, I get it. It's expensive as shit. But that still shouldn't mean that there isn't one. Hides down to nearly 16,000 gold. Below 16,000 gold. Interesting. Decor stats, the inventory level has gone down by about 50%, whilst profit for the lumber has gone up by about 62%. Shh, don't tell anyone. Welcome in, Crazy Bear. I mean, I was saying this way before the expansion even launched. The thing that will make people, like, stupid money this expansion will be decor. Without a shadow of a doubt, it will be crafting and selling decor. One of my major gripes with all of Midnight is how expensive the decor is. Yeah, they clearly have positioned decor. Well, we're at a point, right? The issue is everything is expensive right now. When you've got majestic hides at 16,000 gold a piece and you need 2 of them to make a bed, it's not really that surprising that there isn't any on the market. But it's kind of crazy because there will still be some people out there that will basically buy anything when they really want it. The amount of gold that people throw at cosmetics is just like, people will spend a lot on player power, yes, but people will spend absolutely silly amounts on cosmetics as well. Sold a mining bag for 65k yesterday. You can only craft 1 every 3 days as it requires maximum concentration, even with all knowledge points and 93 skill. Sell a mining bag yesterday. I don't even know what that is. Who makes a mining bag? I'm confused. Oh, okay. The piece of profession gear. I'm with you. Are you sure you can't mass produce that without concentration? I think I unlocked that recipe yesterday. How'd you sell blue tools cross realm and not know? Shame. Well, I only craft and sell the ones that I can craft and sell. Maybe that one has not been on my shopping list. Sturdy Haranir chair. Wait, something's not right with this search. Why is it not pulling up these? Is it not called a sturdy Haranir chair when it's crafted? No, why is there like no decor listed? Why is there like literally no decor listed? How is a chair not listed for sale on Draenor? Is it because nobody is... Or a rug, sorry. Requires a hide? It doesn't matter, it's just a material. It's just a material. I mean, that is kind of wild, you know? Table. 150k for a table. The sale rate on them, to be fair, is actually grim. Genuinely grim. But the issue is, right? There's still potentially 110,000 gold profit if you can sell it, right? Most people would be happy to do some hustle for 110,000 gold. Some people would be willing to do some hustle. This is the long tail, though. This is why I didn't focus on it first, but I know this is the long tail. The long tail in this expansion is once all of the first season craze has died down, once all of the basic mats are just in the bin in terms of price, it's people will switch their attention to this a little bit more. 150k for a pillow. The regional sale average is still 50,000 gold, though. This is clearly some dude's normal price, right? It's probably one person selling these and is just like lolling all the way to the bank with every single sale. I'm too afraid for the hides to crash and have to eat a loss in the expensive leatherworking decor. It doesn't matter when you got margins through the flipping wazoo. Pillow, right? It's got a regional sale average of nearly 50k. Nearly 50k is the regional sale average on these. Now, obviously, that's an average, but that means anybody that pays significantly less is counted by somebody that is also paid significantly more. Like, you shouldn't be worried about it using a hide when the sale average is, you know, it costs 18,000 gold to craft it. 18,000 gold to craft it. Even at the regional sale average, you're making an absolute bank on these things. And some Delves heavy trunks. Surely those recipes are just on the auction house then. Or is somebody monopolizing the recipes on this as well? Well, so let's just not mess about. The fact that we haven't got some of these recipes is actually criminal. How can current expansion recipe? How can they be sat on the auction house this cheaply? 75 gold is literally the vendor price for these. I mean, I know they're probably easy to get. In fact, I have no idea how easy these are to get, but they're literal vendor prices. I cannot fail to not resell these for more. Waiting for them to put a Sylvanas or a Zalatoth body pillow in the game. Oh, cash money on that one, yeah. Cash money on that one. Yeah, I wonder when I start doing this a little bit more seriously. Buying up a huge of these on the basis of that they're probably being farmed right now. I don't know what the sources is for all of these. 2,400 gold regional sale average. Yeah, the economy in general is in a bit of a just a weird position right now. We kind of got that hyper focus on a few areas and seemingly no focus whatsoever on others. What's making the price of dust so cheap? Herbs, Tranquility Bloom. The price of dust is very carefully controlled by the price of Tranquility Bloom. So when you see Tranquility Bloom being like 2 gold a piece, dust is basically free. If we look at reagents, herbs. So Trank Bloom right now, there's 1 million of it and it's 3 gold a piece. You buy Tranquility Bloom, you mill it into pigments, you recycle it into Evercores, you take Evercores and you craft blue gear from it, you disenchant the blue gear, you get shards, and you crush the shards and you get dust. And there's so many steps in that process that resourcefulness stacks on top of it, on top of it, on top of it, on top of it, on top of it. Basically meaning a piece of dust can be produced for a fraction of the price of a single piece of Tranquility Bloom. So dust and shards and enchanted materials are destined to be in the bin, if not already, but, you know, as long as Tranquility Bloom is also cheap. Honestly, it's just a bit fried. Seems like a lot of work. It is, but the point is not one person needs to do it. Everybody only needs to do their one step, right? So one person buys Tranquility Bloom and one person mills it, and they sell the pigment at a, you know, slither of profit. Somebody buys the pigment and then recycles it into Evercores and then sells the Evercores. It is a lot of work, but when the community comes together as a whole, because it all is done on the region-wide auction house, it's all done on a regional level. Everybody takes a small slither of profit at each step of the process, sure, but the process is still there. Tranquility Bloom, normal quality Tranquility Bloom, can produce all of the shards and dust for all of enchanting. And there are some parts of the process that, yes, are quite time consuming. The crafting of gear and the disenchanting it, especially, is quite time consuming. This means that even with all of the people doing it, can't keep up with the input of supply of Tranquility Bloom. So Tranquility Bloom is continuously getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Eventually, this was one thing I predicted before the expansion went live, that basic raw materials would bottom out at being basically free. And we're already starting to see that with the price of some of the basic herbs. Look, like the most expensive basic herb is Azroot, but Azroot is actually really quite annoying to even find relative to anything else. It's only the most expensive because it is actually genuinely the rarest. Tranquility Bloom, Sanguithorn, even Mana Lily to this point, on the other hand, are like just everywhere. And the reality is nobody can consume it fast enough for it to make a difference. Now, whilst the high quality stuff is still lucrative, you can still make some good money going out and getting this. But what we'll start to see is when Azroot, Mana Lily, Argent Leaf start coming down in value, because they're being over farmed and under consumed, this stuff, the normal quality stuff, is just going to turn into silvers. Just literal silvers. And when it goes into literal silvers, it will just stack up and up and up, and it's got nowhere to go. There's no sort of there's no permanent like floor price for any of this. That, fun fact, is when moats start to kick in. Because when it stops being of value for people to gather or go out gathering to get the high stuff, the amount of gathering that gets done in its entirety reduces. I miss the Thaumaturgy. People will very quickly put 2 and 2 together with this. Like, Thaumaturgy was literally what kept the markets buoyant across pretty much the entirety of the War Within. Now, not everybody was able to extract large amounts of profit from it, and in fact, it was a little bit broken because skinning was so easy. You could produce over twice as many skinning materials in an hour as you could herbs or ore via herbing and mining. So unfortunately, even with Thaumaturgy, herbing and mining wasn't really that profitable for large parts of the War Within. But Thaumaturgy at least was keeping some relevancy to them. There's no safety net. There's no safety net. We're going to see the fact that we've got an uncommon herb sat at 1 gold apiece 4 weeks into an expansion is mental. Is actually mental. And there's just huge imbalances in the crafting system as a whole, which was pointed out and feedback was given. Again, we can't claim that none of this was, reported during the beta. People that paid attention to it, people that looked at it, started to see the cracks. And removing a key system like Thaumaturgy it's fine to do. Removing Thaumaturgy was fine, but there should have been a backup plan. A backup plan, even, dare I say, converting normal quality into higher quality, like we had in both Dragonflight and in the War Within. We had the ability to convert 5 of one into the next rank, which even right now, look at Sanguithorn. 1 gold apiece for Sanguithorn, yet high quality Sanguithorn is at 40 gold apiece. This isn't a 5 times increase in value. This is like a 20 plus times, nearly a 40 times increase in value. from normal quality to high quality. And the reality is the normal quality stuff, it's got nowhere to go. It can't be converted into higher quality stuff. It'll just stack up and up and up and up and up and get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And when things like the entire enchanting market rides on the price of normal quality tranquility bloom, the entire enchanting market is going to get very, very, very cheap, excluding crystals. Crystals are the only things that are excluded from that. Where, as you can then see, shards and dust are single digit for the lot, yet crystals, because they have a different creation method, are holding out more healthily. I was looking at gear on the auction house the other day and noticed even raid BOEs seem somewhat cheaper. Still expensive for casuals. This early in the war within, I remember prices being higher. I don't even know what the raid BOEs look like. I'm on Draenor, so there should be A, plenty of them, and B, spicy prices, surely. What we got up here? 266s. 266 was this. Is that heroic? Surely that's only heroic, right? Heroic BOEs. Was that mythic? I don't even know. 3 of 6 hero. These cheaper? Oh yeah, mythic BOEs aren't out yet, are they? Yeah, mythic BOEs aren't out yet. They don't seem outrageously priced. But there's also plenty of them. By the looks of things. Also seems to be plenty of them. Raging Storm Sash is a belt. Visage of Unseen Truths is the helm. Infernal Girdle. Kind of funky shoulders anytime anything's on fire. Boots are pretty dead. Chest piece, kind of dead. Legs also kind of dead. Helms and shoulders. You get some cool looking helms and shoulders, then they really pop off. Yeah, I wouldn't even say there's anything. I wouldn't even say there's anything that really pops out visually. Shoulders are kind of cool. Shoulders aren't bad. It's all this stuff. Plus speed trinket. Am I right in saying all these trinkets are now not bind on equip? That's why these remaining ones are like stupid money. Because they were bind on equip for a few days at the beginning of the expansion and now they're not. I think. Do you expect Dawn Crystals to go 5-digit price? Hell no. Absolutely not. Dawn Crystals, the source of Dawn Crystals is still probably Dark Moon cards. Excluding the odd, the occasional Mythic Plus enjoyer who can disenchant some Mythic Plus gear, but also do it reasonably effectively. That's not really the main source, though. The creation method of Dawn Crystals is probably via Dark Moon cards, which, again, is also linked to herbs. It looks like currently most of the cards, it's still the aces that you chase after, and the aces are dictating the value of the decks. But it's still, yeah, it's if you mass produce Dark Moon cards enough, in fairness, you can only produce Dark Moon cards, if I understand it correctly, with quality 2 inks. So that also means quality 2 pigments, which in turn also means quality 2 herbs. So that's why when you look at enchanting, you see Radiant Shards and Ever Singing Dust being really, really cheap, because these can all 4 of these can be produced by normal quality herbs. Dawn crystals, on the other hand, can only be produced from high quality herbs. So if you're tracking the market prices of high quality herbs, which as we already know, are like miles more expensive, as long as they stay miles more expensive, so will dawn crystals. But it is still kind of interesting to see there's quite a price difference between these still. Normal quality dawn crystals are probably being supplied mostly by people disenchanting gear. The high quality stuff is going to come from people who know what they're doing and also are probably mass producing them via Dark Moon cards. Would be my suspicion, at least. It's not the looks that matters. You can catalyze them. People are aiming to get their 4 set ASAP because of the new achievement and how tier works. Oh yeah. I was more thinking. I was looking at the appearances more from a long-term perspective. More looking at it from the perspective of when they get cheap, to hoover them all up to sell them back to people for years to come with transmog. You know, when the LFR versions of these, because they've got low item level, end up being like 1,000 gold a piece, and you just hoover them all up and put them in a guild bank, and you dig them out 2 years later and you sell them for 10 times the price, just because they look cool. Yeah, I don't know how we got onto that, but that's that's my analysis at the moment of some of the base materials. I should probably go do some skinning, if I'm honest. No point paying that much attention to dust at 2 gold a piece, when I could and should be probably making 500,000 gold with skinning. And we can do that in about an hour. Muthius, on you get, my lads. On you get. We can get some big procs today. I might only do the Void Storm stuff today. It's Monday, and I'm going to be honest, I'm lazy today. Crafting reset in 1205 will have a big difference on prices. I don't think it'll make a blind bit of difference. Them adding the profession reset, like they're gonna do exactly the same flipping thing. It'll be a one-time reset. It'll basically allow players, if they really want to say, right, this didn't work, let me spec into this instead. They'll spec into that instead, and they'll also realize that, well, that doesn't work for the same reasons it didn't work the first time, which was that they just didn't get their materials cheap enough for it to be profitable. So yeah, it won't make a blind bit of difference. If anything, it might push the prices of stuff up, because there'll be a huge amount of people that will decide, right, I'm going to spec into this instead, and then in turn buy a bunch of materials in order to craft what they spec into, actually only jacking the value, spiking the demand for some of the materials. Probably not, though. In the grand scheme of things, it will probably have absolutely zero impact. It's good that they're adding it, but they should have added it for the launch, when it actually might have mattered. Not adding it until, like, probably 8 weeks after the launch of the expansion, so probably 4 weeks time, is kind of like, well, it doesn't matter anymore. It would have been useful to help people fix a problem. Fix a problem when it was, you know, an important problem to fix. Right, let's see. Have I got... Oh, I've got about 30k worth of stuff in my bags already. Let me... I can't completely empty my bags, but let me get rid of... What have I got in my bags that's worth 30k? Oh, it's probably just all these fish. Alright, well, 30k is going to be sort of margin of error, but let me... do this real quick. What did I buy these for? 7 gold a piece. I got a shitload of them now. Okay, that's 12,000 gold worth of stuff in my bags. I don't even know what this is now. It's probably the... Yeah, I can't get that number any smaller. Ha! Void fish sold. Yoink. Alright, well, we've got nearly the smallest amount I can conceivably get. Let's go kill some stuff and see what we can get. Yeah, I might only do the Void Storm stuff today. I don't think I can be bothered trekking all of these dudes to and from the kitty cat. Not that the kitty cat isn't valuable to kill, but it just triples the amount of time it takes per team. Oh, blue straight off the bat though. Not blue. Oh, it's 252. Yeah, I forget. I need to level Mutheus up to 90. There we go. First hide of the day. Oh, double claw. Never lucky. You can get dungeon portals to speed it up. Yeah, I know. It just can't be bothered. Fine. I can always come back and do it later in the day if I wanted to. I like to try and find activities that like take about an hour. I'll do something for about an hour, and then I like to switch things up a bit. Yeah, because what's the name of the what's the name of it down here? Windrunner Spire. You can port everybody to Windrunner Spire and then walk out. I believe is probably the absolute quickest way of doing it, but can't use that here. Why not? Oh, are these dudes not scared yet? Be scared, fellas. There we go. Not scared. Sense. What's it? Sixth sense. Five more accounts with a warlock and 4 randoms parked in the right locations to summon your hunting parties. I mean, if the meta goes there, maybe, but said I'm content with these results right now. 2 more hides. Lovely stuff. I think what I will do, though... I will at least take them back to where they belong. In theory, I should just log them off right there. Is probably the play, but I don't know. I don't mind. My ultimate plan of this is basically to have enough teams that I can be super duper mega lazy and never move them and just kill the Grand Beast every day. That, believe it or not, is my actual... Whoa, no, he's dead. That's my actual aim with all of this. To have enough characters and enough teams set up that I can justify being as lazy as possible. Yoink. Should have made them all Volpera. Ban this man. It's true, though. Half of them are. Half of them are Volpera. All my hunters are Volpera. Setup is what stops me doing mass skinning armies. I think a barrier to entry is good. Barrier to entry is good, but I do foresee from this point on the price of hides dropping in value pretty quickly. When the scale tips, you'll see the price crash to about 10,000 gold a piece, like really quickly. When the hides start getting below 10,000 gold a piece, the cat, for example, stops being profitable to kill solo, which will kill the viability of the farm for solo gatherers very, very quickly. At least assuming that the price of the lures stay the same. Now, of course, the sweaty flipping leech of lures will only get more intense if that's the case, but there's if it costs you 2,000 gold to lure out the kitty cat, it kind of dramatically hinders single account basic setup skinners from playing the game. Profitability just doesn't, the math just don't math at that point. And so I'm kind of half expecting to just kind of milk this a little bit for whilst the numbers are still good, but I do kind of quite quickly expect it to go sub 10k. Can you come this way a little bit, fella, please? Oh, you've gone and flipping. I should have stunned that. I wasn't paying attention. It's Sub 10k is still good, to be fair. Not if it costs you 2,000 gold a day to summon the beast. That's the problem. That's what you got to remember. It's good if you can leech the lure off somebody else. It's good if you know, don't have to pay to summon it. But below, when the lure is about 2,000 gold apiece, and if you're only running a basic skinning build, a 20-point skinning build, because all you've actually done is go and get the treasures and some tools, then you either have to leech the lures. You can't even craft the Grand Beast lure, so your only chance is to leech it. The Kitty Cat one you can craft. The Eversong one you can craft, but if the lure is 2,000 gold a piece and there's only about a 20% chance of you getting a majestic full stop, never mind a hide, and you don't have enough knowledge points to get the double, triple, quadruple drops of hides, you know, you're very quickly priced out of the market. So this is why I went the route of stacking. I got 10 teams set up initially with the basic build so that they could, you know, at least summon and kill and do the basics, which is fine whilst the gold in it is still good. But already it's starting to get to where I've put more focus on getting them full build, because that's where the longevity in the farm will be, and of course it is pretty damn profitable today. You can get 50 knowledge points on a new 80 easily. Oh, I'm not saying you can't. Easy is not the problem. Time efficiently is more of an issue. But 50 knowledge points isn't really still enough. You kind of need 80 knowledge points to do this properly. That'll mean that you can craft and summon yourself and also have maximum multiplier on the hides. Or on the majestics. You kind of need 80 knowledge points. Which can take a little while to get. There's none of it's difficult. None of it costs you anything. It just costs you time. And doing it on a single character at a time is going to get very time intensive. More than what it will be seen valuable to do, because you can still fly around and pick up herbs and all for 50k an hour. So why would you set up? Why would you set up skinners? Why would you set up skinners at, you know, that could take you an hour to 2 hours to set up each, but then only like the chance of, you know, only a 20% chance a day-ish per character to even get something worth 10,000 gold. It's the concentration of farming, honestly, right now. But most players would still be better off just picking up herbing and mining and going and spending that same amount of time flying around picking up herbs, getting 4 or 5 times the amount. This whole farm has real Mechanica vibes about it, because of because the fact that the items aren't guaranteed drops. If the majestic if the majestic items were guaranteed drops, it would be different. But because they're on a chance, that you're not even guaranteed to get one every day, it feels a lot more Mechanica-esque. Which that market very quickly navigated to a point where if you were doing it on a single account, it just wasn't worth your time, because it was being controlled by the people who had multiple accounts. Still holding on to 250 Mechanicas. Can't be bothered to convert them into pets and mounts and sell them. I don't know what Mechanica's worth these days, but it's still got to be... In fact, I can probably tell you exactly what Mechanica's worth these days. Still got to be a good 25k a piece. Probably more, surely, right? Tooltip settings. Where's my Mechanica value? Each Mechanica is still worth 22,000 gold apiece. So I wouldn't discredit their value. Might be worth that much, but selling it's the hard part. Just post it for half price and sell it to somebody like me that will happily repost it forever and a day until it sells. You know, if something has a sale average of 22,000 gold each, you list it for the equivalent of about 10,000 gold a piece, you'll have somebody snap it up before you can, you know. What's better, 22,000 gold of unrealized value, or 10,000 gold in your back pocket basically instantly? Yeah, I'm not looking to. I know I could use guild banks. I know there's stuff I could do. I'm not really looking to optimize the farm anymore. I've got a guild that could allow. I've got a guild. They're all part of the same guild. I could do all of that. I'm deliberately transferring all the mats to this main dude just so I can see what the value of them all is, and I just sell them all on this one character. Then it's fine. I know. I'm not trying to optimize the fun out of it though. When do you think the Conch army's profits are going to plummet? At the moment, they're still pretty good. It's funny because people's opinions on this is very different. You're turning up saying that they're good, and people are turning around saying that other people are turning around and saying that they're bad. This goes to show just how perceptive value is. I think at the moment you can, with most professions that are reasonable for concentration in the first place, I think you're still getting about 5,000, about 5 gold per point of concentration, I think. Which, for anybody that did concentration during the War Within, that's kind of what numbers navigated to anyway. Oh, lots of fins and claws. Only one hide so far. Another hide, that'll do. So, I mean, numbers in concentration will stay good for as long as there's a significant difference between the values of normal and high quality mats. The only the only cause for concern will be when that difference in value squishes. Enchanting lives and dies on the difference in value between the crystals. So for as long as there's a difference there, enchanting's fine. Jewelcrafting lives and dies on the basis of gem dust. As long as high quality gem dust is significantly more expensive than normal quality gem dust, there's a nice cheeky exit strategy for concentration. Blacksmithing's doing all right with alloys. Yeah, as long as normal and high quality mats have a good price difference, concentration will be all right. For the purpose of season, concentration was always going to be fine for season 1. It's just once we get the inevitable end of season lull, it might never recover. But you know, the hints are kind of there. When you're doing 5 to 10 gold per point of concentration, and we're in what is arguably considered like peak of the first season right now, this is when everything should be popping off. It shows you that if this is the top of the graph, where's the bottom going to end? When the markets aren't in crafters' favor, when everybody's trying to sell everything but nobody's really trying to buy anything, and the market flips on its head, as it inevitably does, could get a little bit more scary. Hence why I've never recommended people, you know, overspend. Like, concentration will always... I always said concentration will have value in season 1, but I always backed that up by telling people, do not overspend on your conch builds. You want to recuperate your cost and get into profit as quick as you possibly can. So that you can make as much profit in the short period of time where good profits will be had. You definitely don't want to spend all of the peak of the first season recuperating costs, because then you won't give yourself any time to actually make the whole thing worthwhile. This is why don't put blue tools on your conch builds, you know, like, don't be doing none of this rubbish. Like, just simple, absolute bare minimum. A green tool that has multi-craft on it is probably all you want to actually spend. And this comes from somebody that's selling blue profession tools on all of the realms, so, you know, I'm shooting myself in the foot by telling you not to buy them, but, you know, I like to think I'm a relatively honest guy. Oh, we got 3 hides on this dude. Take that. Worth trading this, to be honest. It's one single piece of... Right, there we go. Up to 180k now. Couple of teams in. Be sure to spend the Alchemist's Moxie on the reagent bags. There's lotuses inside. Same goes for enchanting. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have much to spend your Moxie on those professions, the 600 Moxie bags are probably the most lucrative right now. I even skipped the enchanting on the concentration alt so far. Was too expensive before, and now it may be too late. Well, it's basically free to set up an enchanter now. With dust being basically free, you can set them up for absolutely nothing. In fact, you could probably go as far as to set up, and your first bar of concentration should probably actually cover the cost of doing it. So you can arguably set up enchanting alts for free now. They were a bit concerning going into the expansion in the first week or two when dust was still, you know, more expensive than it is now. Will tailoring in the end become unviable for conch alts? Maybe a stupid question, but with enough skill points to tailor, we'll be able to mass craft and price conch alts out. Everybody can always mass produce everything eventually. Now, tailoring is slightly different because one area where you actually spend your concentrations on the cooldown bolts. And unless Blizzard, you know, if Blizzard would for once stop copying and pasting dodgy code and screwing things up, the theory goes is that they're on a cooldown. So even when you have enough skill, you can't technically mass produce them. That is the, that's the spreadsheet logic. The issue is, though, with tailoring is that it is once again very subject to supply and demand. Just because bolts are on a cooldown doesn't necessarily mean the market demands more of them than are being created and exist. It's not a guaranteed profit. It's, you're not guaranteed profit by anything, even if it is on a cooldown. It definitely helps. It keeps things profitable for longer, but it's not a guarantee. Going into this expansion, players like myself came to the conclusion that bolts might be a little bit more valuable, and this is just by proxy of the fact that bolts are used in more different recipes this time, which doesn't mean they'll last forever, but it at least means that they will hold out a little bit longer. But just like everything, if a market gets too saturated, if a market gets too flooded, then the first thing that goes is the profit. It's literally it. They really fucked up the dust yields. We're at the start of Season 1 and dust is already 3 to 4 gold a piece, same with moats. Well, yeah, like we spoke earlier, dust being, dust is linked in value. Dust is linked in value to herbs, and not even high quality herbs. Dust is linked in value. Both dust and shards are linked in value to normal quality tranquility bloom, which shouldn't be of any surprise to anybody, will probably end up being the cheapest of all of them. Did you see the post on Reddit about somebody getting unbanned from WoW? I tend not to care about people's claims of being banned and being unbanned. He had to appeal to the European GDPR and report it to another Blizzard department, not the support team. They unbanned his account because they couldn't prove anything, saying the logs weren't human readable, which violates GDPR and his request for accurate information. Oh, I mean, it might be Monday morning, and it might just be that I'm pre-coffee. That just sounds like an absolute fucking job's worth. Sounds like that, but actually meme. Yo, 4x on the hides. That's better. 4x on the hides. Yes, please. Yoink. Take that. We didn't get anything else, though. But at least it means it's an average of 1 hide per character in this team. Regardless. If you had an 18-year-old account, it might be worth to prove your case, though. But you don't need to make a song and dance of it on Reddit. I mean, fucking hell. Like, this is the thing, right? You know, that's just sure. Fight your case, but why do you need to make a song and dance about it on a social media platform? That's the thing that I don't get about it. I'm not saying don't stand up for your rights. Like, we just drumming up drama. Yeah, I most often do my best to shy away from this sort of stuff. I find it to be an aspect of internet life that maybe it's because I'm a little bit older, maybe it's because I've seen the internet through all of its timeline. Maybe I'm just bored of it these days. But internet drama, I couldn't care less for. It's just kind of like it's too much. There's too much going on in this world to worry about that sort of stuff. And hence why, you know, especially when it comes to bans in WoW, like, oh, like over the years, the amount of times I've seen people complain about getting banned for something and then getting unbanned or complaining that they can't speak to customer service or something. Yeah, I get it, it's bad, but like, oh my god. Every day there's at least 2 posts on somebody getting suspended because of quote-unquote cartels, when in reality they were probably spamming trade chat. Well, the whole... I mean, that's poking the bear at the moment, but like, yeah, I'm very much of the opinion that Blizzard has not provided crafters any substantial way in order to advertise what it is they're able to craft, while simultaneously giving the crafters great incentive to advertise in some way, shape, or form what it is that they can craft. And that, I think, is entirely on Blizzard. And that it's just very, you know, you know, Blizzard have invented the car before they've invented the wheel. And are surprised when people do things like try and spam in trade chat, and then other people get pissed off about it, and other people report them for spamming in trade chat. And, you know, what Blizzard needs to do is to step in and actually make a dedicated system in the game, a platform where crafters can advertise their shit, not a 2006 IRC chat channel. That, in my mind, is a very simple thing. But at the same time, you need to kind of be self-aware enough to know that if you spam shit, people are going to not like it. think making blue profession tools BOE is the first step into a crafting endgame, making its way back onto the auction. I really hope so. I was very glad to see them make that change, honestly. I mean, I've been sort of stating pretty much since Dragonflight that anything that can be crafted and put on the auction house should be crafted and put on the auction house. The crafting order system should be there as a backup for if there's a variation of that item that's not available on your server's auction house right now, then you should. It's a nice, convenient way, a convenient alternative. I have absolutely zero against convenient alternatives. But forced engagement of the work order system by making things unnecessarily bind on pickup when they have no customization is poor game design, and I'll call it out. Simple as. What do we get there? 2 fins, a claw, 4 hides. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. I was thinking the other day, you know, that on the basis of the fact that basically 0 interviews have ever happened with prominent members of the goal making community, even in more recent years where Blizzard have been more forthcoming with chatting to content creators and stuff, obviously all in the name of marketing. Let's not mess about. We're not idiots here. We understand the game's the game. But if the opportunity was to ever arise, what sort of questions would I ask? And I think very high on my list would be, where do their intentions lie when it comes to the auction house? Because the crafting order system was a good addition overall. A good addition overall, as it allowed for order of customized crafted gear. And along with customization comes more ability to make, you know, profit off it. As much as I don't like standing in the capital city, crafting shit for other people, one-on-one, manually, each and every time, the people who are good at it, the people who focus it, the people who spend a lot of time doing it, none of them will ever turn around and tell you that it's not, you know, good. There's not good money in it. Sure, you have to, you know, you have to sift through the trash a little bit. But you know, selling things on the auction house isn't exactly a cakewalk these days. You still have to put in a bit of time and effort to get something good out of it. But I would definitely be quizzing what their intentions long term with the auction house are. Like you said, is this the start of them sort of, you know, loosening the ties on the work order system, and by stating, right, prominent parts of the prominent parts of the crafting system can now be once again pre-crafted, put on the auction house. I personally would love to see that. What did Thaumaturgy do wrong to deserve? Well, this Thaumaturgy for me was just a misunderstanding of feedback. Is my interpretation of that. Just great misinterpretation of feedback. If they'd really understood the feedback that they were given about Thaumaturgy, but the problem is in season 1. So in season 1 of The War Within, when Thaumaturgy was brand new, it was brand new and it was shiny and it replaced the transmutation system. Something that players were very, very used to, very much knew how it worked, very much understood the transmutation system, right? Shit's usually on a cooldown, you know, and it's usually profitable. Simple, right? The feedback they got about thaumaturgy, for the most part, was this is too complicated, I don't understand. Now, whilst I'm not going to invalidate that feedback, the reality is a lot of people also didn't try to understand it. They just were like, oh, this isn't press a button and put it on the auction house and make profit once a day. This isn't the same transmutation system. Ergo, I don't like it. Unfortunately, that was just the vast majority of the feedback about the system. I don't understand it. I don't want to take time to try and understand it, so I'm just going to say it's bad. And the feedback they got absolutely bombarded with was exactly that. So, regardless of the fact that I and many other people thought thaumaturgy was a very, very clever system, when the call came from up above to simplify shit, it's not that surprising it gets the cut. When all the feedback they got about the system en masse was that it's too complicated. It was kind of like, if thaumaturgy had turned up at a different time when they weren't also trying to simplify things, it could have quite possibly have, you know, survived. But, yeah, casualty. People are not even trying to make money from BOEs. When prices go up, then I'll start disenchanting them to make money. What BOEs are we talking about here? You can transmute motes in midnight once a day, 1.3 gold profit. You can. BOEs from leveling conch armies. Oh, I see. Everybody doing all the first time crafts for everything. The issue you'll find with those is that when they're doing them with the conch armies, they're also not doing them at any quality. This is where quality actually has some sort of benefit. Because a quality 1, a quality 2 item made whilst you are harvesting a first time craft is literally worth just vendoring. The fact that it makes its way to the auction house at all is kind of like, what are you doing? Is hence why they're all being listed for like 50 gold right now. Yes, the reality is they probably shouldn't even be made. They're made for a purpose. They're made to gain a knowledge point. That's where their intrinsic value comes from. From that point on, they should probably just be vendored, yeah, but the difference then is that if you can make the quote-unquote leveling BOEs and you can make them at quality 5, money in them. It's definitely money in them. But yeah, all of the quality 1, quality 2 rubbish is literally just vendor fodder, yeah. And yes, with the price of enchanting mats, it's barely even worth disenchanting them. Gem dust issue could be solved by making us able to crush gems. I thought that was a wild move in the beta. Not allowing people to cut gems, yeah. Yeah, I thought that was a bit of a wild one. And I can't lie, I've been relatively confuzzled by the gem market as a whole. On the basis of that, it's kind of surprising to see the uncommon gems being so valuable when I kind of suspected that, and it might still go this way, but I kind of suspected that the uncommon gems would basically all be just used to break down into dust. But actually, people are cutting them and selling them, presumably because when you look at the difference in price, you know, your top tier flawless gems are, sorry, your high quality flawless gems are 7,000 to 8,000 gold a piece, whereas you can buy an equivalent uncommon gem for 1,500 gold. And what's the difference in stats? If you go, you got what? Flawless quick peridot, 17 haste versus 13 haste. You've got that sort of 5,000 gold premium for the high quality gem, and it's these are probably still doing well enough simply because in the early season people aren't going, people navigate to the flawless stuff and will probably regem their gear with flawless gems once they get like actual good gear to put in. But nobody's spending 7,000 gold on a gem right now on a champion piece of gear, for example. But it's slightly surprising to me that even the uncommon stuff is as valuable as it currently is. But like I said, Season 1 is always a fiesta. It's always a fiesta in Season 1 on prices of things, because not a lot of anything really exists yet. And a lot of people want it. This is why Season 1 is always very lucrative if you try. Kind of funny seeing all the people appear as soon as you put a lure down. Yeah, all of the druid kitty cats and rogues coming out of stealth and people swooping down. Yes. The way now you see a lot of people probably have this issue way more. If you're doing this on a single account, of course you live on one realm, and you also probably then live on a big realm. I am never killing these on the big servers. I'm always sharding to a low pop realm while I'm doing this. So I don't actually come across quite as much of that because I'm often lurking on a lower pop realm while I do it. But yeah, if you live on Draenor, Taran Mill, Silvermoon, Kazakh, yeah, you drop a lure down and 50 people are going to come out of the shadows. Oh, not as, oh, we got one fin. One fin. Nobody's getting rich off one fin. Oh, hang on, I've just realised. Let's do it that way. I only do the beasts over in the Void Storm. Takes much less time. Yeah, if you can kind of play it by ear. Some days I do the kitty cat as well. I'm not doing the kitty cat again today, simply because I just can't be bothered. I can always come back later today and kill the kitty cat a few times over if I want, but I I don't want to spend too much time doing this today. In the time we've spent, though, we're already up like 300,000 gold, so it's already a token. But then there is the flip side of that argument that, you know, when the going's good, you should absolutely milk it. So, you know, choosing not to do something, this is not the time to be choosing not to do something, really. Because the going's still very good with this. Trapped by my own success, I set up my skinners early. And now it's just so profitable that I feel as if I need to do it daily. Well, I mean, if you set your skinners up early, you've got the double advantage of that you can milk it in an optimal way for longer. I've only ever really treated this as a bit of a side hustle. Now, you know, my side hustles often look bigger than somebody's main hustle, but I play the game a lot. Oh, flipping too close to this thing. But yeah, you know, a lot of my sort of any farming endeavors, I did the same with miscellaneous mechanica, for example. I really only ever wanted to spend an hour, maximum 2, a day doing that sort of stuff. So that I can have that as something that can be done relatively quickly, and then I can go, right, I've made plenty enough gold today, I'm happy, I'm content, I'll go off and do other things. But yes, you're right, you do kind of get trapped by your own. This is where, to a degree, I kind of liked, even though it's not really my jam, I kind of liked concentration, that it didn't incentivize you to do it every day. You know, it was a you know, you do it once every 4 days. And that actually is the optimum way to do it, is log in and just blast it once every 4 days. Even this skinning thing is going to get the better of me eventually, because it is something that you're incentivized to do daily. And it also then feels doubly bad if you just take a day off and don't do it, because you're like, oh, this makes me 300,000 gold a day. If I don't do it, that's the equivalent of losing 300,000 gold, which, you know, in goblin terms hurts. Whereas at least with concentration, you're like, right, I need to do this twice a week. And if you know you're not going to be able to log on a Saturday or something, you can like, right, well, I'll do it early on a Friday, and at least my concentration will be recharging, sort of thing. I won't make as much, but, you know. Why the knee-jerk fix to alchemy with the transmutes was an odd one for me. Making it once again a daily login. Shows just how much Blizzard learns from a mistake, and then they rotate all of their devs to devs that didn't learn from their mistakes. And so they make the same mistakes again. Blizzard, you know, players have been telling Blizzard for years and years and years they don't like forced date, or obviously nothing is forced, but they don't like to feel as if they're forced to log in and do something daily. Hence why we had stacking cooldowns on things like bolts introduced, so that they would the charges would stack, and you can stack up to a week's worth of them, and then you can log in and you can burn them all. And play was like, yay, thanks, Blizz. Sometimes they learn, sometimes they don't. Any good guess? Well, it will end profit, that is, so I can play the game again. Season 2. You got 2 options there. Either, because season 1 is always gangbuster for making gold. Always is. The first season of an expansion is absolutely chaotic for making gold if you want to. And that's the killer. That's the killer part of it. It's if you want to. The fact that most people don't want to, most people want to go out and play the game, and so they do. They do that at the sacrifice of making any gold. It's so funny to see the amount of people that turn up in season 2 and are like, right, I'm going to make some gold now. And you have to kind of politely turn around and tell them that, not that they've missed the boat, but, you know, I can tell you how to make 20,000 gold an hour in season 2. You fly around and you pick up herbs and ore. And they'll be like, what at 80,000 gold a couple of weeks ago? And I was like, yeah. And you spent all of your time running keys. It's, you know, you you have to pick and choose. You kind of have to pick and choose, and people who are more, what's the phrase that Blizzard like to use? Mid-core? You know, mid-core. You're not hardcore, but you play the game a lot. You're sort of mid-core players. Maybe you play throughout each of the seasons in an expansion rather than just turning up for one season and then coming back at the next expansion launch. If you fall more into that mid-core category, then you can quite safely say, right, season 1 I'll make a load of gold and I'll just play the game in season 2 when there isn't that much gold to be made. Simple as. Done. I barely even noticed somebody already pulled one here. It's my Drakthir friends. I've not seen my rocket friends today. Yeah, so I mean, if you're willing to forego blasting all of the new content, you can make a whole bunch of gold in season 1, then go play the game in season 2, and then you can spend season 3 figuring out what's going on, ready for the next expansion. And then there you go, you're done. I got kind of blindsided in season 2 of The War Within with the Undermine. And the reason I say blindsided is because I never expected to play season 2 for more than a couple of weeks. I was aware that miscellaneous mechanica was a thing, but I didn't quite realize just how lucrative it was going to be. Nor did I realize that it was going to give me the incentive to like finally set up the multi-account system properly. And I would go as far as to say The War Within is probably the expansion I have played. I played The War Within a lot more than I played Dragonflight. I definitely didn't play either of those expansions as much as I played Shadowlands. But did I really play Shadowlands? No, I cancel scanned Shadowlands. If we were to look at ATT percentages, you would assume I didn't play Shadowlands. Because I barely left the city, barely left the auction house. But in terms of like slash played time, it was pretty gross. Didn't start with gold cap like others started. This expansion I started with almost 0 gold, under 10k. So that up front would have slowed down significantly. Yeah, it's a common thing that having some gold will definitely help you make more, even if it's not indirectly. You know, having the ability to spend a few 100,000 gold leveling some professions quickly can give you something that allows you to make a bit of gold whilst you go out and do other things, right? Often why the concept is to, you know, or most players like myself, most content creators will usually suggest, you know, you farm your first million. Farm your first million in order to be able to then go and spend it on some crafting or invest it or do some flipping or do something with that first million in order to make the second one much quicker. But you do kind of have to have some to make some to begin with. This is partly one of the reasons why crafting for me is not as big of a focus anymore. Because the advantages that crafting used to have was exactly that. It used to be that you could take a bunch of the gold that you've already made, that you've probably had to, like, you know, work quite hard to get in the first place. It's always stated that the first million gold is the most difficult to make. And crafting used to give you the advantage of being able to take a big chunk of gold, invest it into some materials, and then put those on the auction house and walk away. That crafting was quick, but you had to risk your own capital, right? That was kind of the caveat to say with crafting. You could make a lot more gold if you were willing to spend more time on it, and you could make a lot more gold in a lot less time if you also wanted to than farming. With how competitive crafting has become, though, we're now very much so in a position where you actually spend more time crafting than you do farming for less gold in most cases. When you take into consideration the chores and the busy work, somebody do that deliberately, I bet they did. When you take into consideration the chores and the busy work of, you know, your abundance and your flipping flying around picking up treasures and all of this sort of stuff. When you take into consideration the busy work, anytime you're doing busy work, you're not making any gold. And in theory, what you should be doing is crafting a bunch of stuff, putting it on the auction house, and whilst it is selling, you go off and do the busy work. But a lot of the crafting, when everything merges to single-digit profit margins and requires you to mass produce things in stacks of tens of thousands in order to see any form of, like, actual reasonable gold, you start to realize that actually crafting these days takes more time than farming, but often less payout. And with the flip side of that, you have to risk your own capital. It's kind of gone, it's gone so far in the opposite direction to what crafting was only a few years ago. It was all right in Dragonflight, because the entire system was new. It was all right in the War Within for the most part, because there was some elements of it that were new. You know, concentration was added, inspiration was removed, ingenuity came in. There was enough changes to sort of, you know, keep people on their toes. But crafting in the War Within is such a figured out game. Like, there's no secrets. There's no. The skill gap in crafting now is literally 100%. 100% revolves around you getting your materials cheaper than the next man. And if you don't do that, all that busy work is basically null and void. I don't really know where Blizzard goes to fix this, though. It was an event. The problem is it's not really a design problem. It was more of an eventuality problem. That this isn't because Blizzard designed a bad game. It's more to do with the fact that the system was inevitably going to go that way. margins were always going to get tighter and tighter and tighter as more people figured it out. And as more people figured it out, it required more people. You needed to then craft at bigger scales to see success. Dare I say things like the profession shuffle? The profession shuffle, although I was a big advocate for it, you know, being neutered as much as possible, the profession shuffle still allowed you, in both Dragonflight and the War Within, to more aggressively lean into that, you know, crafter mindset of I am going to play the game from the perspective of being the best crafter on my realm. And the way I become the best crafter on my realm is I'm going to do all of this extra thing to gain an advantage over people that don't do that extra thing. And in turn, what that basically meant is that some people were able to, you know, carve out an advantage. And for everybody else, well, you fall back on concentration. A lot of people are setting up crafting alts, a lesson learned from the War Within, to get their gear. Could do, yeah, you're probably not wrong. The simplification on materials has made that more easy to do for players, that you can basically have, you know, a leather worker with 50 knowledge points can probably, with the use of concentration, make something pretty well. At least for any consumables or enchants and that sort of stuff. Take the mythic raiding add-on apocalypse approach. If you remove TSM functionality, the spread between profits and even profit is going to be better. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure that kind of approach would make any difference, because you can't remove. You can't. You can make it like Trade Skill Master, for example, has Trade Skill Master. All it does is it makes repetitive tasks less repetitive. Crafting, for the most part, is just maths. You can't all these add-ons do is they present the maths to you in a more easier to digest fashion. The problem with things like weak auras was that they were making decisions for players. That's where Blizzard wanted to step in and say, right, we want to take control away from the add-ons to be making the decisions for the players. Hence why the economy and all other aspects of the game, for the most part, were untouched with this. Trade Skill Master doesn't, you know, you still have to make all of the decisions. You can repeat those decisions quickly and efficiently, but you still have to make the decision in the first place. You remove any computational calculation for goal making, profit increases for the people actually willing to make their own calculations and their own manual posting. Yeah, but you can't. Like I said, you can't remove maths. The maths is still there. That just basically, you know, that just means, well, people, you can't remove people's ability to use a spreadsheet, which is ultimately where a lot of crafting sits right now. When you've got 2 levels of RNG, it's not like add-ons don't really make that much of a difference. You know, people will just do the maths externally. As long as the maths is still there, somebody will take advantage of it. You don't think the easier to do something, the more competition. The professions and the add-ons themselves and the crafting system aren't really where I lay any sort of fault with any of this. It's the region-wide auction house that is the #1 reason why most people don't make profit with crafting. because the region-wide auction house creates a level of like normality across all players, and then the crafting professions just boil down to maths. Blizzard are the only people that can change the systems and change the maths. No form of adjustment of add-ons is really going to make a blind bit of difference. Is setting up blue profession gear crafters worth at this point, or should I just go concentration on them all? Blue BOEs, blue profession gear crafters are still going to be very worth, yeah. Profit margins and, you know, supply gets higher every day and demand gets lower every day. But it's at least something that is sold on your own individual realms. So that's where your realm, you know, your results may vary, kind of applies in that market. Right, let's get some of this stuff listed, and then let's go and poke around with something else for a little bit. Do I want to sell the hides at 16k? I'll take 16k, or nearly 300,000 gold. Oh, I sold some leather. Yoink. Some leather and a few expired BOEs. Like I've mentioned, I don't really know where Blizzard can go to fix this problem. Because the region-wide auction house is fundamentally where a lot of the issue lies. The region-wide auction house is absolutely incredible for normalizing the value of items for everybody involved. So it makes a fair playing field. But everybody is running around using the system that sits on top of it, e.g. the crafting professions, exactly the same. In exactly the same way. For the last couple of expansions, the skill gap has been in understanding where to put your knowledge points and doing it quickly and efficiently. Midnight has proven to me and to many other people that it is a completely 100% figured out system now by enough people that markets can be saturated like violently quickly. So there's not so much the you know, the race is yet even faster. And I don't think simple, subtle changes to the system will really make much difference to it. If we go by the assumption that they are not going to change the region-wide auction house, which, to be fair, I don't think they should, they're going to have to lean into something slightly more... Well, I don't know. Like... I don't know. The difference is, right, when you... An individual player... One player can now get a reasonably fair share of the pie. So what Blizzard have actually done is they have made it much fairer across the board for people to compete. Where players like you and me differ, though, is we're not looking for our fair share. Which is kind of why they don't make the game for us. And I equally don't think they should make the game in our favour. Because we're not looking for a fair share. We're looking to make significantly more than our fair share. And when there's enough people looking to make more than their fair share, that's where your competition starts to come in. You know, concentration allows people to now make their consumables for their own personal consumption very easily, very simply. You can make your enchants, your potions, your gems with, you know, with only a very, very simple setup in a profession. You can be self-sufficient really easily now. Really easily. In theory, meaning that you have to buy less off the auction house. And in turn, you should also be not only self-sufficient, but it should be cost-effective to be self-sufficient as well. That's kind of what concentration is designed to do. Concentration is designed to allow you to, okay, I'm going to take some normal quality herbs that I pick up with herbalism on my route of doing world quests, and I'm going to convert those into my 5 to 10 high quality potions that I need to go run a couple of Mythic Plus dungeons with mates on a Friday night. You know, players can become self-sufficient very, very easily if they want. The big market demand comes from players that are doing stuff to a level where they can't easily be self-sufficient. Min-maxes. Min-maxing is always expensive, and min-maxing is always something that's probably not self-sufficient to do. If you want to have the best enchants, the best gems, the best gear, the best upgrades, the best optional, embellishments, the highest quality potions, feasts, all of this. If you want the best of everything, that's always going to cost you more than what should be easily self-sufficient. That means in turn, you need to pay a premium to somebody that's gone out and done the hard work for you. So Blizzard's kind of got the right design goals and philosophies with the crafting professions. It's just way more difficult for players like you and I to actually get a bigger piece of the pie than we're sort of entitled to. And I don't really think any changes from Blizzard should really make it easier for us, because otherwise you then, it's a pendulum swing from what we saw in Shadowlands. If there is something that can be if there's something that can be dominated so aggressively by such a small handful of players, you have a Shadowlands legendary situation again. And I don't really think anybody wants that, because that's wonderful for the handful of people that can make absolute silly gold from it, but it's arguably terrible for the rest of the player base. So, like I said, I don't really know how Blizzard addresses this, or if there is even really that concern to address it. When I set up my crafting army, would it be better to just focus on secondary builds and stay away from gear? Well, the concept of a concentration army is that you're producing commodities for others. That's where concentration has its most value still. So yeah, you're not looking to craft gear on those characters at all. If you're presented with instructions to do something, the harder it is, the less people will actually make the effort to actually do it. If I can make a macro to do everything economy-wise, post, cancel, scan, loot from the mailbox, etc., just spamming a button, I will instantly do it. If I actually have to go code and add on myself, I will not do it. True. But like I said, Blizzard can't easily. Blizzard doesn't. I mean, obviously it's their game. They have justification to do whatever they want. But Blizzard can't so easily go after, economy-based add-ons, because it isn't actually going to make a blind bit of difference, really. If Blizzard turns around and says, right, Craft Sim can't exist, Trade School Master can't exist, Auctioneer can't exist, if they go after all of the add-ons that just are quality of life add-ons for the most part, if they go after all of those, then people all, that doesn't actually change anything. It just funnels more of the value into those that have the external tools to do it instead. Decor is actually my favorite example. Like Decor, I think is actually like I said, I'm very pro Decor. In terms of I really like what they've done with the Decor system and integrating it into crafting, because it gives everybody an avenue to some form of success, because it kind of forces most players to do a little bit of everything. You kind of have to do a little bit of farming to get the lumber. Then you have to do a little bit of profession leveling, but you don't need to min-max it, because for starters, there's no knowledge points needed for anything decor. Zero knowledge point requirement in decor. You only need to get your profession to skill 80 in most cases to get the recipes. Maybe a little bit of gameplay to go and get the other recipes. They're not all trainer taught recipes. And the materials you need, because decor doesn't have quality, is only quality 1 materials that you need. So the actual profession requirements are very, 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 very modest. And then, of course, you sling them on the auction house, and you've got, you've got the auction house to wrestle with to actually get your sales. But it kind of means you do a little bit of all of it. And it's also significantly more difficult to scale up and monopolize and dominate. Although I've given it a good go with flipping, but even then, it's like, there's only so much that can be done. So I kind of really like what they've done with Decor, and it's hence why I think that those that want to make steady gold this expansion should really, really, really look at Decor as a way to do it. Very modest profession requirements. You can go farm lumber at your leisure whenever you want. Your results won't differ that much whenever you do it. And it will be a steady drip feed of sales throughout the expansion once you've got a few professions set up. It's probably the route I will navigate into more aggressively after I've got like my main build done on all of my crafters. New to crafting and setting up my alts as crafters for verticality. Over the weekend, I saw about 20% return on my investment. Are these typical yields I can expect for the short term, or was that more of an anomaly? That pretty unanimously, it is rare to ever make over 20% return on anything. More often than not, what you'll find is, as soon as something goes about 10% plus profitability, it gets jumped on by thousands of people. Thousands of people. And it's more of a case of, how did you find your markets? Because of things like add-ons, tools, spreadsheets, this sort of stuff, that information is quite widely available. And yes, in that regard, it does make the barrier to entry a lot less. And yes, those add-ons do become an advantage. But that still doesn't change my opinion, by the way, that removing them really makes much of a difference. But yeah, a 20% return on any investment is something that you can carve out that advantage now. But yeah, that's not going to last the entire expansion. Yeah, Decor I think is very clever. Decor's one area of the game where I really think that they're going in the right direction with it. I would hope to see. Well, I've got to be careful here, because bind on pickup materials is one way that they can limit people's ability to mass produce anything. But one single bind on pickup material is often just annoying. At least that Decor has a bunch of them. Blitz people up a little bit, which is fine. But yeah, I do genuinely think, as the expansion goes on, you will find more and more people navigating into Decor as a way to like do a little bit of easy farming, craft a few things, keep a bit of a stock of items on the auction house, and then those occasional sales that come through should be profitable enough to make the whole adventure worthwhile. Kind of very much fitting into the mid-core vibe of things. Is Expulsum still bind on pickup? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I can't see any reason why they'd have undone it. I need to, considering it's Monday, double check where I am for the week with this sort of stuff. I need to do a few more delves, I think. Either a few more delves or a few more nightmare hunts. Is there any bountiful delves that look interesting? What we got on the map today? Shadow Enclave. I might as well do any of them for as long as I still need the story, I suppose. Story, shadowy supplies. Alright, let's go do the Shadowy Enclave then. Have I got keys? I'm pretty sure I'm flooded with keys. Or whatever you need for the keys. Restored coffer keys, 12. Yeah, I got loads of the damn things. My gear on this dude is still atrocious. I'm only just starting to like get a few bits of champion gear together. Gear's pretty atrocious. How did I level all of my characters across all of the accounts? Well, when I did it, it was a combination of open world boosting. Finished off by time walking dungeon spam. Neither of those options really work the same as what they did when I did it, though. So it's not easily repeatable. I don't know what the meta is for leveling large amounts of alts quickly these days. I don't even know. I'm not even sure. Time walking comes out. Is it next reset? We get time walking again? I think so. Alright, what are we doing here then? Gore and kill things. Where's Valera? Where's she hiding? I think my gear's good enough to do 8s. I mean, I'm sure I could stumble my way through 9s, 10s, and 11s if I wanted to, but... should be alright doing 8s. I've not done that many delves so far this season. I'm not even sure if I've unlocked the ability to do 11s, you know. I'm not sure if I've even tried to stumble my way through a 10. Oh, I've kind of like, I don't know what the what's the meta for maps? I've got a map in my... what does it say? Anytime decipher the map and guarantee that you find a hidden trove at the end of the next tier 4 plus delve you complete. The trove's contents depends on the completed delve tier. So I should still use the map in an 11, right? To get most bang for the buck. Which means I need to get a little bit more gear and I need to unlock 11s. 8+ for heroic item. Is there no advantage to doing your delve map on an 11 now then? Is popping it in an 8 still, you know, viable? Yes, but you can only hold one of them, so a 7+ bountiful will give you champion gear. Oh, okay. So what I'm getting at then, is it of value to pop this in an 8 now? 8 to 11, no difference. Okay.
Not quick enough. Darkness shield you.
Flipping pet's dead again.
Don't waste your pain, my pleasure.
Stop banshee wailing.
I'll take that.
Stop screaming. I've no myth crests from a map on an 11. Crest seems to be capped at 20 per week from 4 gilded chests. Okay. I'm so out of practice with gearing because I don't feel as if I've done it literally forever. So out of practice. I'm not even sure my Valera is going to be very high level right now. Meaning I'm not even sure if she's all that useful right now either.
I'll staunch the bleeding.
Still making quite a bit of gold. When do you think it will fall off a cliff? Don't wish it away. That's all I'll say. Don't wish it away.
Gather yourself.
Just keep doing it. If you're making plenty of gold, keep doing it.
Your life is mine. Be bolder.
When should we eat our hats for hoarding moats? I'm still buying moats.
Here and recover.
I bought about 400,000 moats on Saturday. So I'm not eating no hat. I'm not eating no hat. That said, some of the moats are actually... They appear to be slightly rising in price now. I think the... I can't put an exact number on this, but it feels like there's like quite literally hundreds of thousands of moats legitimately being consumed every single day, which will take some time to deplete stocks, sure. But I'm pretty convinced the amount of them that are being churned through right now is just outrageous. I mean, if you want to see just how ridiculous the moat market is, you can what the hell have I picked up here? What's going on here? Cunning disguise. Fooling lesser Twilight Blade members only works from the front. Oh, okay, interesting. If you want to see just how ridiculous the moat market is, take a stack of 10,000 moats, post them on the auction house, and see how quickly they sell. Like, the sales are just dung 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 dung. Like, the consumption rate of these things is outrageous.
Gather yourself.
Now, there's a huge backlog backing it up right now,
My pleasure.
which is fine. But the consumption rate on them is flipping wild.
Your life is mine. Stay here and recover.
What, 500k moats at 10 gold a piece? They better skyrocket to 20 gold. 10 gold a piece sounds pretty expensive. That makes me think you bought quite a lot of them in the first few days and didn't continue to buy any more thereafter. My average price on moats is somewhere around 3 or 4 gold a piece. Like I said, I've I've slowed that in the last few days of early access. Yeah, if you've been holding since then, that does kind of make sense that they're about that sort of price. But you could dramatically reduce your average by just buying more.
Don't waste this.
Is this dude just gonna permanently evade now and be a dick? Yeah, I think he is. Move on.
Staunch the bleeding.
It's dying. It's weird having to sort of concentrate in doing an 8. It's kind of odd.
Stay here and recover.
Makes holding a conversation with you guys all the more difficult. Void and Wild Magic don't really think are moving much. They keep getting topped up by as much as they're being sold. Both Light and Primal have more potential as the volumes are much lower. Well, the farming meta is in Zulaman. The herb mining meta is in Zulaman, which is going to cause humongous amounts of the wild ones. Which is kind of somewhat against partly what I expected. I very much thought that farming those wild ones would be more of a frustration than anything else, because you have to kill mobs to do it. But it has turned out the fact that the spawns also dropping herbs and ore has made them actually very, very, very lucrative if you can kill them quickly. So much so that people are even speccing into overloading to get more of them. So that has slightly worked out in a direction I wasn't completely convinced it would go. Also, the Void Spire, Herbalism in the Void Spire, right at the very top section of it, I can't remember the name of it, is really, really prominent right now. There's herbs up there that practically hyperspawn. Which is probably keeping a large amount of the void motes in circulation as well. Like you mentioned, maybe even enough to meet the demand, so hence why the price is not really moving.
Your life is mine.
But I think primal motes were up to over 10 gold a piece at some point over the weekend. As nobody's farming in what's it called, Harandir, whatever.
Stay here and now strike.
But we are still at the point where demand is pretty high and stocks are pretty high. You know, you and I both know, Woo, you probably more so than I even, that it takes a couple of weeks after the season's been up and running for those stocks to start running out. It's not until they start running out when prices start to reflect that. Hence why I'm not really concerned. Ouch. Stood in the spiky. Welcome in though, Woo. Good morning, good morning. Oh my god, I'm getting blasted. Blasted by eyeballs. Overload buff in Zulaman should be swapped. How do you mean? Finesse for mining and perception. Hang on, if I keep reading chat, I'm going to die here. Please hold. Finesse for mining and perception for herbalism. Yeah, Dazzling Thorium's got nowhere to go other than down until it becomes profitable to prospect, because it's just not used anywhere else. So perception for mining isn't really that valuable. But yes, today, you know, today, and this is why I think it's good that Blizzard doesn't do knee-jerk reactions to things. Today, yeah, Lotus has crazy value, and so perception has crazy value. Hence why, you know, because everybody's trying to make flasks. But you only need to look back 2 weeks ago to when nobody was making flasks. What does that do to the price of Lotuses then? So much so, in fact, that nobody was talking about perception on herbalism when Lotuses were 400 gold apiece. Finesse was still the best play because, and still probably arguably is the best play. You know, Blizzard shouldn't go making knee-jerk reactions to economic happenings on a day-by-day basis. Because that is the game, that is the crafter game. That's your skill gap in crafting, is understanding what the supply and demand of certain items are at certain points. That's how you better predict what may or may not happen, and that's how you better plan your purchasing of materials and stuff. That literally is the skill gap. Hence why I really don't want Blizzard to come in and knee-jerk reaction things because all Lotuses are expensive this week, so we need to buff the drop rate of them, or we need to nerf something else, or no, just leave it the fuck alone, because clever people who have pre-purchased humongous amounts of Lotuses at sub 1,000 gold apiece are now the ones that are enjoying the fruits of their, you know, their labor. You know, they made an educated decision, they played the game properly, and now they're winning. If you didn't buy your Lotuses ahead of time, and you're now trying to make flasks profitable, paying 3,000 gold a Lotus, you're in for a bad time. You shouldn't fuck the players who actually played the game well by rewarding the players that didn't play the game very well. Oh, I swear I do like negative damage. Being out DPS by Valera. You think the same way when it comes to augment runes? I think there's a lot of people sat on an awful lot of augment runes. The fact that throughout early access and the 3 weeks before the season launching, the price of them basically never dipped below 1,000 gold leads me to believe that people were hoovering them up anytime they saw them in 3 figures for weeks and weeks and weeks on end, leaving me to believe there's probably an awful lot of them in people's bags right now. Hence why when the season launches and everybody magically assumes that they should be now in high demand, a lot of those people who squirreled a lot of them away are like, oh my god, I need to sell them now. You never know how many are stored up in people's bags, but my suspicion is quite a lot of them.
I'll staunch the bleeding.
Any idea where K-Chak disappeared to? There only seems to be you and Golmson live at the moment. Elon's streaming pretty much most days. I'm relatively sure it's public knowledge, or at least I'm pretty sure I've seen him quote it a fair few times in his Discord, but K-Chat got himself a new job. So that's probably keeping him very busy right now. Curious about season 2 if they'll add anything to the professions. I wouldn't hold your breath. Based on the War Within, where they didn't add anything at all to the professions throughout the entire expansion, pretty much. But that's not to say there won't be goal-making opportunities. I actually kind of quite like the approach that they've taken with goal-making in the last couple of expansions. Not just simply slapping a whole bunch of new recipes into crafting. Now, I wouldn't mind them doing both, obviously, but let's look at what we had in Dragonflight. In Dragonflight, we had the Zulaman and the ancient recipes implemented. We also then had refarming knacks for Lamented Crusader, Transmog, Tier 3 recipe. Like, you know, we had a few extra bits and pieces like that in Dragonflight. In the War Within, we got presented with Miscellaneous Mechanica in Season 2, which is, you know, something very different. We also had Dracothists, yes, back in Dragonflight. They were better with it in Dragonflight than they were in the War Within, but... okay, question. Do I pop my map here? Wait, does the map not trigger a big boss to come and eat you anymore? It just gives you a hidden trove. You just find a hidden trove at the end of your next delve. Oh. Map doesn't summon a boss. What am I missing here? That's a different item. Oh, the map just gives you... Okay. I'm so out of practice. My brain is mush.
I'll staunch the bleeding. Your pain, my pleasure.
Oh yeah, the beacon. Yeah, the beacon thing summons the big dude, and then if you kill the big dude, then also drops summon, right? I can't remember. I feel like such a fool doing this sometimes. Another example of that this shit's easy when you know how. If you don't know, you look like a fucking dumb. Shadow Bolt doesn't look dangerous enough to interrupt. What's the thing that is worth interrupting? Oh, we killed my pet. Nuke the orb.
I'll staunch the bleeding.
Kill the other orb. Kill the other orb. Kill boss.
Gather yourself.
The beacon's the best way to get the map if you need one ASAP. Ah, okay, yeah. Now it's all coming flooding back to me, yeah.
I'll take that.
So I should have popped the beacon earlier on. Although because I had a map, I don't know where I got that map from, by the way. I just found it in my bags.
Stay here and recover.
Is that the beacon thing? Beacon of Hope. Yeah, lures the Nemesis. That's the thing I'm thinking of.
Be bolder.
For this thing. So that will give me a piece of gear as well. Should I pop that in a higher tier? Or is an 8 plus still fine for these as well? I don't know, I can't remember.
Be quicker next time.
Right, a month later, this boss is dead.
I'll staunch the bleeding.
Oh, shadowy annihilation. What happens if I don't
I'll take
kill those orbs? I guess she just goes boom and does a lot of damage, right? Okay. I understand. Oh, another boon of fortitude. Oh, no. Something different. What were you? Elder Bloom Lantern. Veteran offhand. We're going to need that for anything anywhere. Bramble Barricade. Shield. An Adventurer Trinket. Irony being is it's technically an upgrade. Bountiful. Open U. Sealed Chaos Urn Champion Trinket. What's this then? Unseal the urn, causing the void within to pour out and engulf you for 20 seconds, increasing all my secondary stats by a bunch. As the void dissipates, you become horrified for 5 seconds. Killing an enemy whilst engulfed prevents this effect from occurring. Wow, that's a real kiss curse. I've actually got to kill something. It's going to be highly annoying on boss kills, but sure, why not? Yoink. Got Grove. Oh, big chunk of experience. Give me the money. Shoulders. Hero shoulders. Yoink. Nice. I haven't bothered. I haven't done enough delves to get these leveled up yet, so I don't really care which ones I'm using right now. Figure that shit out when I've got some good ones. That trinket's super bad. Probably. It's an item level stick though for now. And I need the watermark, so it's fine. Take it. My item level actually jumped up quite a fair amount in just that one delve. Yeah, I've still got some 1 of 6 adventurer gear knocking about on this dude. Flipping world quest gear. Okay, I need to do a couple more delves. Where can we go next? Where can we go next? What's going on in Zulaman? Twilight Crypt. Apparently I've not done this one at all, ever. So, we go do Twilight Crypts. We need the story variants. No reason not to. Are we finally playing the game now? A little bit, yes. A little bit. Not very efficiently and not very well, mind you, but a little bit. Did you pick the weekly for 5 delves? Champion gear reward? Yeah, I'm quite sure I've already done that. Quite sure I've already done that. just have fun with it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do a huge amount of this. The funny thing is, right, is I don't really want to be playing on my hunter, but I haven't leveled my paladin to level 90. And yeah, look, I've not even unlocked higher tier delves yet. I've not I kind of want to play my paladin a little bit, but he's not 90 and I can't be bothered to level him up. I am very much like a lot of you guys, I would imagine, wrestling with the balance between doing goal making stuff and playing the game. I could, in theory, just not bother with doing any of this and just go pure goal making, but we're doing all right the last few days. We're up to, what's that total say now? 43 mil? My goal is to get the war bank full. That's really what I want to do again. I feel as if getting the war bank full. The war bank introduced a sort of almost semi-personal gold cap of 110 million. Now, I've kind of always been gold capped. Now, of course, 10 million gold these days is still an absolutely ridiculous amount of gold. I'm not diminishing that at all. But I do kind of want to get back into having a serious amount of gold. Now is the time to be doing it, to be fair. But at the flip side, I do need to make sure I balance it a little bit so we don't go crazy. Started doing my abundance treasures, concentration crafting, and now all of my time is gone. Yeah, hence why I'm actually not utilizing crafting anywhere near as much as I thought I should or could or would. Like I said, I don't want to go into too much more detail anymore, but like, yeah, my expectation of crafting, or should I say my expectation going into Midnight of crafting, has played out pretty much how I expected it to. If anything, what I suspected would happen is actually happening even faster than I suspected it would. I was going by the theory that at least the first sort of 4 to 6 weeks, you should just be able to print with the crafting. It turns out, though, there's so many people that understand the system absolutely inside and out now that it's just simply more difficult to do. I don't mind the difficulty. It's just I'm a bit lazy. I should have probably not spent the first week and a half of the expansion just dancing around between, you know, 7 different possibilities, and I should have just knuckled down and done one thing really, really well. Oh, hello, what's going on here? Am I not allowed through there then? Apparently not. We spent way too much time dilly-dallying between 4 or 5 different opportunities at the beginning of the expansion. When, I mean, you know, this is the hindsight monster, but oh, fuck, okay. We've got a bit of a rhythm and a bit of a routine on the go now. A little bit of skinning to generate some, you know, farming-based gold. I keep up to date with my cross-realm auctions. I haven't done a restock on them for a little while, actually, which definitely needs to be done. That might be a tomorrow job. Keep them stocked up. Started at 20 mil, went down to 15, now back up to 21. Yeah, I kind of just have a semi-personal goal of getting the war bank full. The difficulty with this, though, is I'm about to spend a shitload of gold. With the token, it seems sensible for me to buy a few years of game time with the price the token is right now. there has not been a point in the last few years where I've let my subscription lapse for any more than a day. So, buying the tokens as and when I can buy them at a good price is a smart investment. Alternatively, I just pay as I go and pay the premium of paying the day rates on the tokens. But when I'm often buying 5 tokens a month for the different accounts, any premium is multiplied by 5. In turn, any saving now is also multiplied by 5. So, I mean, a year of game time, for example, is what? Quick napkin maths. Assume 300k a token times 12, that's what, 3.6 million? 3.6 million. How do I get through this without it viewing me? 3.6 million for a year of game time right now. And I need that times 5. $18 million gold. Okay, that's even more than I thought it was going to be. That would literally be almost half of my liquid gold in order to buy a year of game time for each of the accounts. But in turn, I look at it from the perspective of tokens could very easily end up back at 400,000 gold. That's a 400k a month saving by buying them now. So, mathematically, it's the sensible thing to do. I just don't know if I want to spend 18 million gold on game time right now. I kind of like this delve, you know. Going through all of the crypts. I'm liking this one. All the different rooms, the different traps. Then it's cruising for the rest of the expansion. The only way is up. Well, it's cruising for the next year. The problem then, you know, the argument, I should probably do 18 months of game time. Because that should guarantee roll it round to this point again in the next expansion when everything's cheap again. The real sensible thing would be to do 18 months of game time for each of them. But that would be another 50% on top of that, so that would be another 9 million gold. Yeah, that quite quickly becomes 27 million gold that I don't really want to spend. But that is absolutely the most cost-effective way of doing it. 27 million gold an expansion. No wonder... Jesus. When you put it in those terms, running 5 accounts for an entire expansion is 27 million gold. So you've got to make 27 million gold just to break even. Woo! Spicy. Do I really need all of the accounts? Yes. It's not that these accounts, like I said, these accounts aren't an expense. Their presence and their existence actually goes as far to make me the gold. It's, you know, it's one of the critical aspects of making me the gold in the first place. All my cross-realm selling is done on those 4 accounts. Plus all of my skinning activity is on there. I am very, very, very heavily set up for a 5 account sort of, you know, play style these days. So it's not really an optional to drop them at any point now, without also significantly reducing the amount of potential gold that can be made. If I'm going to excel to 100 million gold at any point in this expansion, it will be done by using 5 accounts, I think. The alternative is I basically spend the same amount of time, but for far less overall gold, which doesn't seem like a play I want to do. It's just going to slightly hurt to buy the game time on them. But I still know mathematically it's the right thing to do. because I certainly don't want to pay for a year or 18 months of game time on my credit card for 5 accounts. That I'm absolutely certain of. Sounds less of a brag. I have 18 months of game time versus I have 27 million gold, yeah. Yeah, it's not the humble brag, is it? I've got 18 months of game time, whoop-de-doo. Business expense? People always say this. What you know, what you kind of forget. Many people forget that just because it's a business expense doesn't make it free.
Bounty from nature.
I, in theory, can reclaim the tax back on it, but the tax portion of it becomes free.
I'll stop your pain, my pleasure.
But the still doesn't delete the cost of it.
Gather yourself.
The business expense argument is great if you don't own the business and you're just paid a wage in the business. But it's my business, so it comes out of my pocket all the same. Makes it more free, though.
I'll take that.
I've contemplated just getting the 12-month sub on my main account anyway. Just because obviously if I keep that rolling, then that also comes with all the free mounts and stuff like that. Which is another sort of cool bonus, but kind of willing to pay for the main account maybe. But the 4 bonus ones, they have to self-sustain and they have to come from gold. I'm not doing that. Then I also need to consider about maybe capping the BattleNet balance with about 250 euros of BattleNet balance, because then that will get the last Titan pre-order on all 5 of the accounts as well at today's token price, which makes that much cheaper. Damn, I could do with about 30 million more gold than I have right now, couldn't I? What if your wife owns the business? Then you'd want to steal every copper off it.
My loyalties are my
Still
own.
fucked either way.
Gather yourself.
Right, that's 17 hostages. Where's the rest of them?
I'll be more helpful now. I'll staunch the bleeding.
Genuinely, you don't know where these other 3 hostages... Oh, they're all over this way. Oh, they're flipping miles away. I took a wrong turning at Albuquerque.
Precious gifts from the earth.
Okay, at least we can get back this way easier. Or maybe I had to go that way. I don't remember that lever being activated last time I walked past it. There we go. There's the remaining hostages. Yoink.
Gather yourself. I'll take that.
The other question is, could I do, like, Instead of buying a year of game time on the 5 accounts, could I do something with that 18 million gold that would help me
I'll staunch
make more and overcome any token premium by paying monthly? A strong argument that gold could be spent more wisely that way. You know, spend gold to make gold. How many characters do you play on the other account? I haven't got them loaded right now, but every single one of them has like 20 characters on. Well, 40 characters on technically, but yes, a lot. A lot. Can you come and play in the arena? And play over here.
your
There you go.
my pleasure.
Right, what are you doing? A shade cleave? Let's just ignore that. Don't stand in whatever this is. Oh, that leaves a thing on the ground. Okay.
Your life is mine.
Let's slowly work you up this way then.
Gather yourself. Not quick enough.
Oh, okay. Apparently I can't interrupt that.
Recover.
Yeah, I'm going to run out of land, aren't I?
I'll take that. I'll staunch the bleeding.
Right, do you silly... Okay, you're dropping it there. Go this way then. High quality mana lily, so hard to find. Yeah, mana lily is one of the more valuable ones, isn't it? Mana lily, argent bloom, what's it called? Argent leaf, and ass root. Shit, get out of the way of that. Dead.
Helpful now.
Nuked. God, why when getting 227 3 of 6 adventure gear is it actually an upgrade? That's gross. I mean, sure. An upgrade is an upgrade, I shouldn't argue, but fix my gear. Fix the gear. What were you? Idol of Pestilence. Another trinket. Harmful spells and ranged abilities have a chance to call forth lower aspects to bombard your target 3 times, each time dealing a bunch of damage split between enemies. Well, that sounds pretty cool. That sounds better than that sealed chaos urn anyway. Get rid of you. I much prefer trinkets that make sense from the word go. What's in this way? I've not seen this way. Oh, this just brings us back to the start. I quite like that delve, you know. Quite like that delve. One a bad one. Valera's up to level 18. Zulaman's easy on the eyes. Can't stand the other ones. I don't know if I have a favourite zone. I equally don't think I have a least favourite zone, which means that I think they've struck a good balance. I flipping hated the spider zone in the last expansion, whatever it was called, the bottom one. Basically never went there the entire expansion. Didn't mind the others. This time round, though, I think I mean, Void Storm, it's... Eh. I mean, Void Storm, it's just kind of like... Just another... It gives me Koresh vibes. That's the only problem with the Void Storm, but at least it's done properly. It's Koresh done properly, so I don't really mind the Void Storm. The Slayer's Rise bit at the top's quite cool. I like the fact there's the PvP area and stuff. Arundar, Zulaman, Eversong Woods, all about the same, I think. I think I would probably agree that Eversong Woods is probably my favourite. But mostly because I just appreciate how well it's been remade, weirdly. But I like the brighter, more colourful zones. Like, what was... I've always been a fan of that. I mean, when we go back to... I mean, if we go back to... I don't know how far we need to go back, really. But, like, I've always preferred the shinier zones. Isle of Dawn was my favourite. Ringing Deeps was acceptable. Hallowfall was very nice. Both Hallowfall and Isle of Dawn, very nice zones. Flipping Ashgahet, though, could take a long walk off a short pier. And the Ringing Deeps was just the Ringing Deeps. It was kind of a novel, kind of a unique zone. I liked it in that regard. Undermine was cool, but it was too damn small. It was made too damn small. Made too damn small by the fact that we had the Zoom car. I think this would have been a completely different zone. It would have felt completely different if we didn't have the Zoom car. Felt really crazy to put a Zoom car in a tiny zone. And Koresh was just, well, I mean, this was flipping terrible, wasn't it? But we won't talk about that one. That was just terrible. But yeah, pretty much however far back you go, I always liked the shinier zones. Didn't like Zaralet Cavern. Anaran Plains was nice. Thaldraszus was okay. Yeah. I don't know. The work they've done on Silvermoon is legit too. Great city, all the way the stuff changes with the skybox during the story. But yeah, people keep telling me I need to go do that so that it all changes, but yeah, I haven't got around to it yet. First time I've seen you actually playing the game since I found you shortly before midnight. Yeah, it's at this time of the expansion I'm not so often stepping foot outside. Other than to maybe gather treasures before quickly going back inside, if you know what I mean. Void Storm. Where's the bountiful delve in the Void Storm? This one. Shadowguard Point. Calamitous. Oh, I've done that story variation. I'll do that if needs be, but what about this one? I'd rather get the story variations if I haven't done them already. Almoth Munchies? Okay, we need that one. We'll do that one. Quickest and easiest way there is probably to Hearth first, isn't it? Can you craft high quality skinning tool? If you're talking about the epic one, probably not. I haven't picked up any of the epic recipes. Who makes the skinning tool? Blacksmithing. Yeah, I don't think I have the epic. I'm not. I don't think I've got the epic recipe for the skinning tool. If you're in the guild, though, throw up a guild order. Somebody will hop on it. With the making all of the with the making all of the blue gear BOE. My plan was to spec into the epic tools and accessories for everything. But I took a bit of a detour from that when they made all of the rare stuff BOE. Took a bit of a detour to get as many of those recipes as possible first.
Lesser manifestations escape from the rift. Send them back where they belong.
An abundance detour. I've still got to do abundance on a few characters before reset. I really should, you know, really should get that done. Pissing around in dells, trying to get gear for a vault when I could be doing my abundances. Where the flipping hell is this place then? Right, let me grab a drink quickly before we do this one. Back in 2. Alrighty. Seems really dark in here today. Have I not got some lights on properly? No, maybe it is just a bit darker here. Right, Gulf of Memory. Gulf of Memory. Here we go. Give this one a go. I think this is the last delve I need to do. In order to get... Oh no, technically I do need to do 2 more. This one and 1 more. Moths will clear out. Something or other.
Stay here and recover.
Okay, there's a cooldown on me moth ability.
Gather yourself. Be bolder.
What do you mean you must dismiss? Oh, my pet's dead again.
I'll take that. I'll start my eyes on you.
Moths will clear all this shit for me. It is a bit of
Stay
a bit of a change of pace to actually play the game a little bit for the, you know, a few days. Does feel yeah, it brings better vibes to goal making when you go back and do some more of it.
now strike.
Elon's released his little add-on thing, hasn't he now? I think he's been putting well, I say he's been putting together something. I think it's being made for him. But somebody in the goal making community has been making a I guess it feels a lot like a competitor for Craft Sim. I've seen him briefly talk about it on his stream. I haven't really looked at it in great detail, but it might be worth grabbing a copy of it to have a little look. Has anybody used it? Has anybody done that little looky? I think it's called Gold Advisor or something. I think it looks to be very similar in nature to Craft Sim, in order that it supposedly does a bunch of the maths to work out what's profitable and what's not.
Be bolder.
Patreon's only for 2 weeks. That's a risky move.
Take strength from that. Now strike.
Right, this dude's getting in the way. We've got to kill him. Hew him down. Spreadsheet in game, pretty good, if you ask me. Yeah, I mean, I think the theory behind it is, like I said, this is where it feels very similar to a Craft Sim competitor. In terms of it, you know, it just does the maths on crafting to maybe point you in the right direction. It feels like yet another system that's just going to give people the answer rather than maybe teach people what they should be doing. But, you know, ultimately that's what a lot of people want. So, prospecting option looks good.
My eyes on you.
I think he looked better into it and realised couldn't do an early access. So is it on CurseForge then?
I'll take that.
Is it? Can you? People are saying it's via Discord.
Recover.
Or is it not finished enough to go on CurseForge yet? Should probably investigate in a bit more detail. Nothing in the world will get you mats for cheap, though. If the add-on says it's profitable, but somebody snags most of the cheap mats and you buy the expensive ones, you're screwed. Well, I mean, this is what I strongly believe is the landscape we have with crafting now. That the only advantage you have over anybody else is the price you pay for your mats. So, in reality, if you are confident that you have a... I mean, by this point, there's enough knowledge points on the table for most professions to have full build. So, I mean, if you've got all the knowledge points in the right place, enough knowledge points to be full build, like, the only variable there, really, is the price of your mats. This is where a spreadsheet or an add-on or something like that doesn't need to do anything particularly clever. It just needs to be accurate. That's the thing. This is where I would be intrigued to see how Elon's add-on is doing it. Because I vaguely mentioned him say something along the lines of it's based on his spreadsheet. I don't really know what he means by that. But I know how CraftSim does what CraftSim does, and CraftSim legitimately does the maths. You know, takes the probabilities of each outcome happening and, you know, it does the maths. To say something's based on a spreadsheet, I don't know if he's just using that as a form of advertising it. Saying if you've used my spreadsheet, it's basically this in game. But if the spreadsheet determines the math, the add-on does the in-game scans to make sure the map prices are up to date. That feels like a very clunky way of doing it. Why take the data out to bring it back in again? I must be missing something here. I need to look at it in a bit more detail, don't I? Or I make any opinion on it.
Gather yourself.
Sheets don't do the maths if you don't have the formulas in it.
I'll staunch the bleeding.
Yeah, I need to investigate. I think it'd be very good when the economy is very stable with abundant, sorry for the word, mats that barely move in price. There's been quite some effort to figure out a way to value mats. And this concept has somewhat surprised me because TSM just does this for you anyway. And already does it in a sophisticated enough manner for me to believe there's not much value in doing it any other way. DB recent with TSM, I don't know if it's just because people aren't as familiar or as comfortable with TSM or not, but DB recent basically seems to do the best job I have seen so far of creating a very short-term valuation on materials. By taking, I think it's roughly the bottom 15% of the market and then excluding anomalous data and then providing that info to you from the last snapshot as a price source.
Darkness shield you.
And I've seen a few other add-ons get spun up recently that seem to simulate doing basically exactly that. And I'm wondering why people are bothering when TSM does it already. Why don't just pull the TSM DB recent price for the mats? Call it a day.
Your pain, my pleasure.
Maybe I'll finish this delve and have a look at it. If I can just grab a copy of the add-on off, is it on it? I'll find it. I'll figure it out. We'll have a look.
Now strike. Stay here and recover.
DB Reset isn't live, it's an hourly snapshot. The add-on does the calculation based on the in-game scan live, based on the amount of crafts you specify. Okay.
I'll take that.
This is probably where there's just a bit of a... I have a very different take on this. Being that if the market is changing so rapidly within a single hour, I tend to believe it's not a market I want to go anywhere near. If there can be such an aggressive swing in price that data that is an hour old is considered too old and too volatile, I'm generally of the belief that, you know, at that point you probably don't want to go anywhere near that with a barge pole, because if it's that volatile that it makes a difference, then surely so is the end result product. As a mass crafter, yes, 1 hour is old data.
Your pain, my pleasure. Stay here and recover. I'll staunch the bleeding. I'll take that.
Right, we've nearly killed enough in here.
Take strength from this. Don't waste this.
Oh no!
One moment.
Get off! Put me
Shadow
down.
protect you.
Got sucked off by a leech. By a vine. Why am I still taking dot damage? Go away. Oh, because I'm standing in the goo. Oh, I've got to wait for that to come off cooldown again now. Looks like there's no formulas on the spreadsheet. It's just flat resistance and multi-craft. We'll investigate. We'll have a little look. Let me finish this delve and get somewhere a little bit more comfortable, and then we can have a poke around and see what's what. I mean, competition's always good, though. I want to make this very clear before we even take a little look at it. Competition's always good because it extracts the best out of everybody. My only concern with any add-on that is advising you on what to craft, especially to mass craft, my only concern going into it is the accuracy of it. Okay, we're gonna have to kill some of these. the accuracy needs to be there, or it falls into the category of being misleading. So I just really hope it is accurate. That's why it kind of worried me when I heard it was like based on a spreadsheet. I was like, how does that figure out?
Your pain, my pleasure.
An auctionator scans 10 times better if you're crafting something in a short time and it sells fast without price disturbances. I've been making 30 to 50k consistently every 20 minutes of crafting with blacksmithing at any time of the day. Just needs a bit of focus. Yeah, I mean, I sort of refer to it as like day trading crafting, which is on the concept of you just buy a small quantity of materials, very quickly craft something, and then spend the next 20 minutes selling it, so that you take the entire process from start to finish. You take the entire process from start to finish, from buying mats to crafting to selling, and you do that as quick as you humanly can, and in turn you extract profit on a very, very, very short-term basis. I always, like I said, this is where I've always thought that approach gets wildly risky. Because if you are dealing with both materials and end crafted goods that apparently can swing in price within a 60-minute window, enough for you to determine that data's too old, that really does make me think that if you buy a bunch of mats, spend 20 minutes crafting something that you could just as easily turn up 20 minutes later, for it to then only not, to have only changed not in your, in your desired direction. The volatility of those markets seems so high. But I guess the theory is that you probably shouldn't be investing, or you shouldn't be risking any sizable amount of gold in any one time doing it. Since if you're going for that quick in, quick out, you're not spending 1 million gold on mats in one go, are you? You spend 10, 20k here or there. Gamble with pocket change, maybe. Any YouTubers who does gold making guides on kata? Yeah, me 15 years ago. Me 15 years ago. Don't know anybody that goes at Tarot WoW guides. Yeah, there you go. What am I in combat with? Go away. Yeah, I'm stuck in combat with something. Why is this not deemed as claimed? Okay. Valir also still seems to be in combat with something somewhere. What's going on here? Let's kill everything else just in case it's being stupid. If I do have videos for Kata, they're not public anymore.
Gather yourself.
Okay, I'm still stuck in combat with something somewhere. Something's gone horribly wrong. What about this elite dude? Are you part of the crew? Is that why?
Your life is mine.
Goal making in Panda is all about flipping daily cooldowns and then selling whatever you get from your daily cooldown. Or you learn the recipes via daily cooldowns at least. And if I remember right, most of the goal-making meta in Mr. Pandaria was somewhat revolved around farming goulash keys or something.
Now
What were they called? Sky shards?
I wouldn't cross
For the mount. Oh, there we go. Where's the boss, dude? Confused. Have I... Oh, I meant to be going up that way. Whoops. I was lost. Another example of me not paying attention.
My eyes on you. I'll take that. Gather yourself.
I genuinely don't know how people make gold in Classic these days.
Stay here and recover.
I can't imagine there's that many people that play Classic that haven't played Retail. Which leads me to think that surely the mindset of the players that play Classic these days is more in line with those that play Retail. So surely just like old dum-dum stuff like pretty stacking doesn't work in Classic anymore. Surely.
I'll staunch the bleeding.
This is why I don't think any old guides or videos would be any useful. Surely not. Or do I give people too much credit? Are people not as attuned to new ways of doing things? We are meant to be going up this way. Ah, there's the boss dude. Look, there he is. Really not paying attention today. Haven't been able to shake this Monday morning feeling.
I'll take that.
Jewelcrafting, pets, transmog were my money makers back in Panda. Pets have been historically pretty good for anybody that was paying attention to them. What was going on in Jewelcrafting? Ghost iron ore prospecting. Trillium ore. There was obviously, yeah, the panda mounts, weren't there, with Jewelcrafting? Your, what was it, living steel? Whether, you know, were you transmuting living steel? How were you getting your living steel bars was a big part of that, if I remember. I guess there is some somethings.
Pesky magic.
Been a long time since I thought about Mr. Pandaria though, from a goal making perspective. Both Pets and Mog were new, so we're both popping over off at the time. Oh, that's true, yeah. That would have made a big difference, yeah.
Gather yourself. Now strike. I'll staunch the bleeding. I'll take that.
We stun this dude.
Let me get rid of that.
Killing these ads, but I'm not sure if I really need to. No, just kite them. Oh no, because they keep spawning. So I do need to either kite them close enough to always be cleaved.
take my eye earned.
Nuked. Down he goes. Nice. Hey, that's fixed me vault as well. Wonderful stuff. Panda's almost like retail. All of the daily transmutes were dead, even when I finished squeezing it from them. Yeah, this becomes the thing, isn't it? Like, I've always wondered this about Classic because it's a solved problem. An awful lot of goal making is in the solving of, you know, figuring shit out. That those who figure stuff out nice and quickly get the advantage of having figured it out. Oh, Champion Helm. That's not going to be replaced because I got Tier Champion Helm. Oh well, we'll keep it a rainy day. Valera's up to 20. Nice. Any old crap used to sell like crazy when people were starting collections. I genuinely think that that's probably been one of the big reasons why Decor was such a boom. I do wonder just how many people, you know, maybe slowly but surely wanted to just buy or craft one of every Decor just because it's, you know, it's the foundation of the collection. I also think that that could be the, you know, the mindset throughout most of this expansion, in that players are just players will convince themselves that, you know, getting access to a whole, you know, stockpile of stuff now is the best play. Righty. Let's clean these bags because they're actually horrendous. Rid of some of this rubbish.
All guests are welcome here.
Sack that lot off.
Rest well.
There's only 2.8 mil of Sunfire Silk spell threads on the EU auction house. Ah, really? Markets go wild. Oh, the normal quality ones. 696 available. Damn. Yeah, you can buy the whole lot for 3.7 mil. Somebody's come in and done it. Just need Zan to wake up and craft a few. We'll be fine. Alright, let me see if I can figure this out. Give me a minute. Gold Advisor Midnight. Oh, there we go. There's the link. Gold Advisor Midnight. Right, where's me folder? World of Warcraft, retail, interface, add-ons. Have a look at that then. See if that works. Actually, let me log out for a second. Go add-ons. What was it called? Gold Advisor Midnight. Off on everybody. Only want it on one of my characters right now. Don't have to go through and switch it all off on everybody either. Have a look. Let's have a look. Right, okay. Where is it? Is it this one? Gold Advisor Midnight. Toggle window, settings, drag and move. This looks familiar. Before you craft, Profit uses average outcomes from the current setup. Small craft counts can swing above or below these numbers. Check prices, ranks, and missing inputs before you commit. All strategies. So this... Okay, this is Jewelcrafting and Leatherworking, which is on my main character, sure. I'm assuming this needs the auction house open, right? Click to scan the strategies in your current visible list. Shift click to queue every supported strategy item across all professions. The auction house must be open. Auction house open. Scan all. Go. Have a little looky then. What's it doing? Top left, you can check other professions too by clicking all. I mean, this has already taken a while, so we won't do that yet. So all crafting strategies regardless of the profession. Okay. Refulgent copper ore prospecting, sunglass vial crafting, scale woven hides, Sindori armor bandings, silver moon weapon wraps, dazzling thorium prospecting, lol, brushing, brilliant silver ore, umbral tin ore, void touched drums. Okay. Getting there. Is the ARP add-on or something required? I see an ARP export. I don't know what ARP export is. Scrolling banners already annoying. Or this one down here. If you hover over it, it stops. I can also understand why it's annoying, because none of this really matters, because you can't click on the links or do anything with them either. You're going to stop and you're going to write down discord.gg/ blah 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 blah. You need a pretty URL for the Discord, Elon. Scanning. It says it's nearly finished. I presume it's nearly finished. You can see it doing the scans, look, with the auction house open. Oh, now it's found more to scan. Now it's grabbing all the material prices, clearly. Aha, okay, it seems to have finished. Right. So, what does it state? It then orders them via profitability, I presume. Silver Moon weapon. Silver Moon weapon wraps, I presume this is. 1,000 crafts. That's a hefty. That's a hefty play. It's taking Silver Moon weapon wrap. Can you shift click on this out of curiosity and it automatically, yep. So it's claiming that 1,000 crafts of a Silver Moon weapon wrap will result in 1,639 Silver Moon weapon wraps. Which, with resourcefulness and multicraft, is probably somewhat close to realistic. 47% return on investment seems hella spicy. 37,000 gold worth of mats, 45,000 gold worth of finished product. If you change the crafting amount, it adapts the crafting mat's average price. Yeah, I can't see any value in crafting 1,000 of these up front, based upon the fact that, while I'm sure it sells reasonably well, only 10% of what gets listed sells via TSM data. The average daily sold number in TSM, I think, is all over the place anyway, so we'll ignore it. So we're saying if we change this down to, you know, if we actually only want to craft 100, that scares me already, that it instantly went down to 164. So that's... Okay, that's doing one How is that dealing with resourcefulness then? That doesn't feel like it's recalculating. Okay, sure. changes the mats needed as well. Create an auctionator shopping list. Creates a shopping list for the selected strategy missing input items and keeps it synced as your bag count changes. GAM shopping list. Gold advisor midnight. A GAM shopping list, okay. Could be useful to have the TSM sell rate in the strategy window. Maybe, yeah. It's a good suggestion. So it's claiming that to press the craft button 100 times. Okay, it's also putting in the correct quantities of these, which is handy. $200 of those. 100 of those. And 100 of those. Cost us very little. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Then if we go craft those, we're going to need to be by the table. This window is also very large to be locked to the screen. But we can live with that. What are we crafting? Silver Moon weapon wraps. Now, in theory, with what we've got in our... Oh, now I'm going to have a slight problem here that I clearly had more mats on me than was needed here. Craft Sim does indicate that there's a profit. Let's do a comparison on Craft Sim. Craft Sim doesn't seem to indicate anywhere near the same level of profit. Certainly not a 52% return on investment. Break-even sell price. You can sell it for as low as 23 gold a piece to break even. Did it pull in the right? Haha, okay. Here's my first problem. I do not have 28.2% multicraft. Yeah, there's my first concern. Where did it get this number from? Your multicraft stat from the profession window. I have 31% resourcefulness. Okay. Were these default numbers then? Can I change these? 31. Well, actually, what's the proper number? Exactly 31 dead. And 8.9. Now, I did think that this was kind of a little bit crazy, considering I knew I didn't have a multicraft tool. Now it says a 10% ROI. See, now that's more in line with what Craft Sim is stating. So we're getting close to something now. Although Craft Sim is now saying 31%, so flipping all of this is all over the place. Crafting's easy. You need 3 add-ons to make a 10% profit on a good day. I mean, an underestimation is better than an overestimation. Use own items crafts. This is for the purpose of vertical integration. Price your intermediate materials from raw inputs, herbs, pigments, ores, or ingots, linen, bolts. Disable it to use the auction house prices for those items. Simulates buying this many units from the auction house order book when pricing reagents. Higher values reflect the true cost of large batch runs. Oh, so this is when it does its scan. It's taking the current cheapest 50 of each material and taking an average of that, rather than just the DB minimum, rather than the minimum listing, yeah. Time to do some IRL practice stuff whilst the sun's out. Hey, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate it. So I just want to see how close to accurate the estimated output items is. I need to... The difficulty is I've got items in my war bank, clearly. I did just buy the items we needed for this here. So if I pay close attention and only use these... 136 was the estimated output items. It said we'd craft 100 of them. Now, in mathematical terms, 100 is still a relatively small sample size. No multi-craft tool? No, obviously a multi-craft tool would benefit you here, yes. For sure. I mean, I know that, you know that. But I think the point of this is that it's meant to guide, it should guide you in the right direction. It should at least sort of, you know, some feedback would be that if it is to advise that using a multi-craft tool would increase your profit potentially. But do we get close to that 136 number? That will take into consideration the multi-craft. And I'll do a comparison between what CraftSim says. Now, 9% multi-craft. Just call that 10% multi-craft. 1 in 10 times we should get a freebie. I don't think 136. I think 136 seems to be a bit of an overestimation. Because multi-craft should really only proc 1 in 10 times, and when it procs, it will give me a second one. Very, very, very rarely give me a third one. Which means on 100 crafts, I should expect to get 110 to 112. Oh, we did get a multi-craft of 4 there, actually. So maybe 4 is pot. Wow, okay. Yeah, that's cause multi-craft node in leatherworking increases the yield. So the first 100 initial crafts. Resourcefulness has kicked in enough to give us an extra 9 crafts. I'm trying to make sure I only use the mats in my hand here, you see. Not the mats that I've got in the war bank as well. So an extra 9 based on my saved void tempered hide. We actually saved 1 more. We didn't get anywhere near enough resource procs on the tempered hide to make too many more, but we did still get 124. So it's, you know, within margin of error. In fact, Craft Sim expected me to get way more resourcefulness. How can Craft Sim possibly expect me to get 102 resourcefulness rocks off 100 crafts? How's that? How does it seem to assume that's the case? $124. Where's the... What would be the grand total of the 124? What did it claim? Claimed 4,500. It expected to make 4,500 gold. 4,300. I mean, the maths is close. You've always got to remember that the maths is only ever going to be close, by the way, because you've got 2 levels of RNG. Any sort of maths, any sort of simulation is, you know, statistical. We're working to statistical averages. And actually, if you were savvy about this, you wouldn't slam them in at this cheapest price. You'd slam them in at the next price. And just let these cheap ones sell through first. But that's kind of against the concept of the add-on. Okay. Pretty close. I think it's a very good start. You've got... There's whatever the... It's difficult to see what the, you know, maths it's doing. But it's a pretty good start. It says you could sell them for as low as 31 gold to break even. What did I just list them for? 35 gold. Now, the argument is you wouldn't just slam them on the auction house and walk away. But it's 5,000 gold, I don't care. Just for testing. That's a good, it's a good little start. I think... like I said, my main concern about any of these kind of add-ons is how close the maths is. And that's unfortunately what I can't really see. I can't see how it's drawing to these numbers. But I can only assume it's doing it correctly in the background. It's going to be... This is an area where I think it could be definitely more intuitive. The fact that you have to put in your own resourcefulness and multicraft stats, surely that's available to pull from your... Surely it's available to pull from the professions. Surely that's possible, because Craft Sim does it. like I said, that I'm going to obviously draw the comparison with Craft Sim here, because it's basically trying to simulate. Well, it's trying to compete with what Craft Sim already does. The ability to do a minute-by-minute scan of numbers is probably useful. Craft Sim by default, although you can do that with Craft Sim as well. You just use the Auctionator scan, I think. Yeah, I mean, the UI needs, of course, the UI needs work. I'm not gonna, UI is an easy fix. Like none of the UI doesn't matter though if the maths behind the scenes don't work. Resourcefulness is easy to calculate. Oh, it's multi-craft that's far more difficult to guesstimate because it's got a much wider range of what it can do. It's close for basic stuff, but for more complicated stuff, it's 15 or even 20% off. Does the add-on use some hard-coded values for things that come from specs, like those from multi-craft nodes, etc., or can it automatically recognize your profession specs for calculations like CraftSim does? I'm going to assume not, because it doesn't even pull your resourcefulness or multi-craft from your profession directly yet. So I'm going to assume it doesn't do anything even cleverer behind the scenes. The feature to push the scan to CraftSim is useful. Probably wouldn't trust the rest. Push to CraftSim? Is it this? Push price overrides to CraftSim. Oh, okay. Okay. I see where you're going with that. Yeah, like I said, an add-on like this lives and dies on its accuracy. If you go into it with an understanding that it's impossible to be 100% accurate because of, because it's statistical averages, but at least if the maths it's working on is as representative of what Blizzard does itself, it's going to be a relatively fair. And all of these add-ons always should be used as nothing more than an indication to maybe what you should be paying attention to. Honestly, just at a snapshot glance, seeing that you can go out and prospect something. Prospecting Dazzling Thorium with a 20% return on investment scares the living shit out of me, because I am almost convinced that is not right. There is no way Dazzling Thorium can be prospected for a 20% return on it. Not a chance. Not a shot. Unless it's just purely for the fact that so few people know what Dazzling Thorium prospects into. That is absolutely tanked in price the last couple of days. Yeah, I would also want to double check what it thinks my resourcefulness stat is with Jewelcrafting to come up with that number. The irony actually is, looking at the price of Dazzling Thorium, I think that probably is close to accurate, My resourcefulness stat is 38%. Okay, so this is massively underestimating what my actual resourcefulness is as well. Things like prospecting, this could be very useful. Let me scan Dazzling Thorium again. I scan Dazzling Thorium. Okay, that's interesting. I put my resourcefulness stat up, and the estimation has come down. So what is it claiming to be an average price? If we craft 1,000 crafts total need. Okay. Oh, that's... There's only one way to find out properly, innit? Prospect 5,000 for science. Let's just do it. Let's just see what it says. 125,000 gold. Remember that number. Remember that number. 125,000 gold. Can we prospect that 1,000 dazzling ore and get anywhere near 140? It estimates 35 of each gem, 48 diamonds, and then a bunch of other stuff. See, I can run these exact numbers through my spreadsheet to see if they're even remotely close to what I would have believed they are. But let's put it to the test. Let's do a bigger test. He's prospecting thorium profitable right now. That's crazy talk. Do I have any reasonable amount of gems or anything in my bags? I don't know. So we can do this pretty fairly. Oh, what I will do is we'll reset this. Show advanced log. Let's see if we get anywhere close. At first it had a best strategy on top. I suggested to remove it as it felt like promoting going for best return on investment without thinking. So they replaced it with text instead. I mean, I'm very much of the belief that any of these add-ons or tools that like become big and popular will always... There's a fine line for me personally, and this is just a personal thing. Like, there's a fine line between just giving somebody the answer and trying to explain to them how they can get to that answer themselves. That's one of my concerns about an add-on like an advisor, that it's basically just telling you do this and you'll make gold. Which is why when I look at it, I want to make sure things like the maths behind the scenes is as accurate as possible, so that you can put trust in that advice, if you know what I mean. Craft Sim, I think, has found a nice balance between Craft Sim never really tells you, hey, go do this, but requires you to go and have a little bit of a poke around and see. You can do some recipe scans to get an indication of where you should probably go and look. But we'll see. Let's let's prospect 1,000 thorium and see. Oh god. RNG is fucking me over pretty hard right now. The add-on does it enough for you. No need for a big sign saying do this one. Yeah, that I think I agree. I think I agree. Do I have the skill point in Dazzling Thorium? Yeah, my prospect is full. It had an ROI at 20 because the Dazzling Thorium price was 114. That's why it went down to only 10% when the price went up to 125. Oh, okay, right. Out of curiosity, I can't easily do this whilst I'm also doing something else. I should have grabbed an auctionator scan and plugged it into my spreadsheet first, but... Then can we compare what it claims we should be getting? A lot going on my screen right now, I know, but... Sanguine Garnets are the red ones. Flawless Armani Lapis are the blue ones. It estimates 35 of each. Now, of course, the fun thing about prospecting is it's never anywhere even remotely close to what it might end up being. We got our diamonds, stone, glass. 35 each as an average. The diamond one is the one I'm interested in, seeing if it gets even remotely close. Can you set fixed values for materials? Like if you've bought tons of dazzling thorium for 110 gold and you would like to use it for the calculation? I don't know if you can within this gold advisor. I don't think there's a way for you to customize what it values the item at, unless you can change it here somehow. Doesn't look like you can. Yeah, you can output the prices it finds to CraftSim, but it doesn't look like you can change your own yet. Okay, we've churned through all of that then. 52 diamonds, we actually got slightly more. And quick napkin maths on that, that is about a 35 average. So yeah, the prospecting numbers are not too far off. I mean, once again, 1,000 is not exactly science. Not in prospecting terms anyway. But it's spitting out roughly what it expects. Now, CraftSim is somewhat slightly concerned that we're in the hole on this, but I never trust CraftSim with any of these prospecting values. The trick here now is to put it all on the auction house and see what it adds up to. Shit, I don't know which groups they're in. Materials, Jewelcrafting. 75,000 gold worth of stuff, plus 10,000 gold, 85,000 gold. Not looking great. Where did it overestimate? Where did it overestimate the value? It's hard to tell because it doesn't show the... Oh! Yeah, something with this has gone wildly wrong. hang on. What is... See if I can be more constructive than just saying it's not right. It was estimating for 14,063. Divide that by 35. It was estimating a value of 401 gold. Four 423. Yeah, I'm not sure where this has gone wrong. Because something along here somewhere has gone wrong. Because the numbers of items that it estimated you would get, the output items seem to be correct. It seems to have massively valued them incorrectly, though, somewhere. Check the glass price. 160 glass. 60,000 gold. Wait, yeah, that doesn't make... What? Yeah, that's where it's gone horribly wrong. Crystalline glass, 160 crystalline glass is not... That's taking the quality 2 price, hasn't it? It's assuming quality 2 glass. That's where that's gone wrong. Yeah, it's claiming you get quality. It thinks you get... It's priced it based on quality 2 glass. That's where the boo-boos happen there. This is what these, you know, this is why add-ons like this have to be really, 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 really careful. Because a balls up like that does nothing more than cost people stuff. I'm willing to test it for science because I don't care. But that's, you got to be really super careful with stuff like that. Because that's a wild boo-boo. Interestingly, it doesn't have the quality symbol next to the crystalline glass one. It's the good thing though is that the quantities and stuff, things like when it's like guesstimating rates, is within margin of error. I think quite comfortably. This is a touch confusing here for the purpose of prospecting, because it's not really taking into consideration that you prospect 5 at a time, not one each. Saying that if you want the results of 1,000 crafts, you actually only need to buy 626 to get that, which I also don't think is even remotely true, because I bought 1,000 and only got these numbers. It's going to do the maths as if I only bought 626. Yeah, something along the lines here is very wildly wrong. No, I definitely don't have 400 thorium just lying around. What it's doing here is it's saying if you want to make 1,000, you actually only need to buy 626, because by the time your resourcefulness is kicked in enough times, then you'll get the results of 1,000 from only 626. But that's just not the case. Because it's costing it. Buy it now cost of 78,000 gold. That would be the cost to buy 626 dazzling thorium. Wait, do I have a bunch of thorium lying about somewhere? No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where the error lies in that. But like yeah, like I mentioned, this stuff gets really scary. I'm savvy enough to try and pick through this sort of stuff and test it. This is why I tend to believe that, like, basing it all... Because what Craft Sim does, for example, to showcase the alternative here, an add-on that it's clearly trying to compete against, Craft Sim does all of the maths in-game. Humongous amounts of maths in-game. You can actually see and you can read up on what it's doing, and it's doing some pretty clever shit, and it's doing it all in game. Now, of course, this same maths can easily be done outside of the game, but it's easier to do it all in the game when all of the stats are already here. But when you build it based upon the correct maths from the ground up, then you remove a lot of these glitchy bugs before they even happen. You can read through this, and it's very, very clever what CraftSim does. I suspect, and I can't prove this because you can't see it, but this feels like there's a lot of hard-coded stuff going on in here somewhere. Yeah, this is even showing high quality class now, which is clearly a big boo-boo. I don't know. It's got potential. It's definitely got potential, but it also definitely needs work. And an add-on like this lives and dies based on its accuracy. So if some of these bugs can be smoothed out, it could be pretty useful. Oh, you can... Oh, I can collapse the outer ones, but I can't focus the outer ones. Okay, yeah, there's definitely some UI improvements as well. Is it made by a dev or is it vibe coded? Kind of feels like it. I mean, everything vibe coded these days, isn't it? Okay. It's a good start. It can be useful, I'm sure. I would just once again be very, very, very cautious with it if you are using it at this early stage. Definitely make sure you're inputting your resourcefulness and multicraft numbers in here accurately. I have no idea how the add-on takes into any consideration your spec tree, which can greatly improve. I would imagine this feels a lot like it's making strong assumptions that you have certain builds in place as well. This is what like I said, this is where it sort of scares me a little bit, being based on a spreadsheet, because you have to kind of make those assumptions in a spreadsheet because a spreadsheet doesn't have access on the fly to that info. Are they trolling us with the unalloyed abundance thing? I'm at the point nearly that I couldn't care less about the epic equipment, and that's just on my main. Can't be bothered on alts. You're not alone. You're definitely not alone. The enjoyment of the abundance system is not that abundant, generally speaking. I'd give this a solid 6 out of 10 so far. If like I would say that, you know, obviously ignore the UI stuff because the UI can be polished. It's the maths behind the scenes that I care about. I'd give this a solid 6 out of 10 so far. Conceptually, it does some interesting things, and if it can, I've not tested it with other professions, but if it can pull, it just needs to be smarter. The point of having it as an add-on in the game is that you don't have to do stuff like this. It needs 1 or 2 extra levels of smartness. At the moment, I would still 100% put more faith in Craft Sim to give me reliable information. But, you know, get the UI right on this. If you can present something that's just more that's, you know, that's where Craft Sim fails. Not that Craft Sim fails, but like Craft Sim is super nerd numbers, you know? It's super Craft Sim's super nerd mode. Most people have never even looked at half of the different buttons you have here. It's super nerd mode, and if you want that nerd mode stuff, it's absolutely perfect. But that means that the barrier to entry to use Craft Sim properly is quite high. If this can be doing a lot of the smart stuff behind the scenes, and you can trust it to do the smart stuff accurately, and then just present you with, you know, these are your 2 professions, and these are your, at any given point, your 3 most profitable crafts that you should consider crafting, and here's some suggestions on maybe how to do it. With it being a gold advisor, it should probably lean more into telling you that you can do better by stacking more multi-craft, or you can do better by stacking more resourcefulness and this sort of stuff. At the moment, I don't 100% trust the maths. But you know, if it claims to be a 10% return on investment, it becomes maybe worth you looking at it in a little bit more detail. Even if I probably wouldn't trust it at face value right now. But, you know, 6 out of 10. Solid 6 out of 10. What's the add-on called which groups all of your add-ons? Minimap bag button reborn or something, yeah. Minimap button bag reborn. Yeah, absolutely goated add-on. Something so very simple, but puts all of your add-ons into one little button that you can press, and it expands out, and then you can press it again and it goes away. Genuinely one of my top 10 add-ons. CraftSim could go in that direction to enable that kind of functionality. The maths behind would be so much easier to trust. Now this feels a bit weird, but it's a nice start anyway. Yeah. Solid start. Solid start. But yes, the most important thing, without a shadow of a doubt, is it not having calculation errors. And the easiest way to avoid calculation errors is to actually do the maths. That, to me, is one of the advantages of having an in-game add-on rather than using an external spreadsheet. That if it's an in-game add-on, it can tap into everything it needs to tap into to do the maths properly. Which is where I, for the most part, do trust CraftSim does its job properly, because there's nothing that's been like manually input or overridden or anything like that. CraftSim is just doing lots of maths. And the more maths, and it can pull the numbers to do that maths accurately from the professions itself. CraftSim's a bit off. Well, I mean, multi-craft, as you know, is always going to cause problems because it's RNG on top of RNG in the first place. Resourcefulness is far more easier to determine, but multi-craft is an absolute pain in the ass. And it is never going to be more than a guesstimation. But at least CraftSim pulls all of this info when it does its maths in the first place. That's the direction, I think. Because at the moment, I would still probably rather use the scanning thing to get the price of the mats. And then, I think somebody said this earlier. I would feel a lot more confident with this at the moment using it to pull in reasonably average prices for mats reasonably quickly, and then just at the press of a button slamming them all into Craft Sim and then letting Craft Sim tell me where to go from there, which is probably not what Elon and the guys who made this want to hear, but that would be my utilization of this right now until they get the maths to a more trustworthy point. I would use the scan system, then slam it all into Craft Sim, then open my window and go from there. Right, boys and girls, though, I've been chatting away for like way too long today. I have got to go get me some food. I'm going to leave it there for today. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. This week is going to be a little bit more chill, I think, because we haven't got like any crazy mythic launches, but Wednesday is still probably going to be a really big day for selling and doing some, doing some bits and pieces. Yeah, so thank you for joining. Come check out the Discord if you're not there already. There is some free profession guides over in the Discord for you to have a little bit of a browse on. If you are doing some crafting. If you are, like myself, just only dabbling with the crafting but doing some more skinning and stuff, I'll actually try and put a bit of a more detailed Majestic Beast skinning guide together, I think, for the Discord. I think that would be valuable to point people in the direction of if they want to replicate the same. Maybe not to the same scale quite as quickly, but, those Majestic hides are cash money, and that's probably not going to change too much for a little while. But yeah, thanks for joining. I appreciate the company. Enjoy the rest of your day. Happy goal making, and I'll catch you all next time. Peace.